Chapter 610. Professor Mike's words caused an uproar. The lecturers and student representatives of the St. Medical University looked at him in astonishment. The 200 students of the medical college looked at him in surprise. Professor Mike had praised Qin Feng and Chinese traditional medicine, which indirectly indicated that the St. Medical University had admitted defeat in this medical competition. Professor Mike, the lecturers hurried to Mike's side and looked at him nervously and unwillingly. Mike waved his hand to interrupt them and said calmly, "I know what you want to say, but what's the use of saying it? What's the use of refusing to accept it if you're not convinced? Why didn't you wake me up when I fainted? Because you and Western medicine couldn't help me. But Professor Qiao Feng woke me up with his Chinese acupuncture technique. It's obvious who's stronger and who's weaker. There's no need to explain." Professor Mike's words made the lecturer's delegation speechless. Willis's students even lowered their heads. They naturally understood what Professor Mike meant, but they were representing the St. Medical University. They had lost because of the university's reputation, so they were more or less indignant about it. Just like today's medical competition, if Provincial Capital University lost, the students of the medical college would also be unwilling. Haha. As a teacher, Professor Mike, your broad-mindedness is worth learning from. Qin Feng gave Professor Mike a thumbs up. Professor Mike nodded slightly and continued, "I brought the St. Medic Institute's team to your university mainly for an exchange of knowledge. In the end, a few days ago, my impatient students changed the nature of the event. We're here to exchange knowledge, not to compete. Even if there's a medical competition, the main purpose is to exchange knowledge and learn from each other. How can you humiliate the other party's culture and medical heritage to show off and improve your university's reputation?" Professor Mike seemed to have changed into a different person. Every time he opened his mouth, he would talk about profound and erudite principles, which made the medical college students admire this old man. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. He agreed with Professor Mike's point of view. "Professor Mike, you're right. We should exchange knowledge and learn from each other. That's our goal." "Haha, great. Professor Qiao Feng, you're right. The students of Provincial Capital University are blessed to have a young and promising lecturer like you." Professor Mike patted Qin Feng's shoulder with a smile. Qin Feng also patted Professor Mike's shoulder, almost knocking the old man over. "Hee hee, I used too much strength again. Professor Mike, please don't be offended. I will continue with the lesson." "Okay, we will also continue to listen to your lecture. I really like your Chinese medicine class." Qin Feng and Professor Mike flattered each other, creating a harmonious and happy scene. The students on both sides were moved, and they put down their competitive hearts. They began to focus on learning from each other. At that moment, Principal Wang Zhonghua rushed over with a group of old fogies at the entrance of the medical college. They had guessed that the representative from the St. Medical College would come to get back at them, but they hadn't expected them to come so early. As soon as Wang Zhonghua and the others arrived at the classroom door, they saw the scene of Professor Mike and Qin Feng getting along well. They also heard Professor Mike take the initiative to admit defeat to Qin Feng, which made these old antiques extremely happy. "Haha, Professor Qiao Feng is really amazing. I knew he was a dragon among men. He defeated the entire representative from the St. Medical College by himself. That's really amazing." Wang Zhonghua was grinning from ear to ear. Lu Feng, the dean of the medical college, immediately flattered him. "Principal Wang, you have a good eye. I believe that under your leadership, Provincial Capital University will only get better and better." "Principal Wang, I saw that Professor Qiao Feng and Professor Mike seem to have reconciled. What they said makes sense. This exchange is mainly about learning, so don't you think we're adding insult to injury?" An old professor asked timidly. Wang Zhonghua glared at the old man and said snappily, "How is this adding insult to injury? Do you really think Professor Mike is really enlightened and is willing to get along with Professor Qiao Feng? They must have lost the medical competition." If they don't pretend to be magnanimous and see through the world, how can they continue to stay in the exchange for the next few days? Wang Zhongguo's words enlightened the old antiques, and they nodded in realization. Principal Wang, since Professor Mike is so cunning and sinister, why don't we go in and laugh at them now? The old antique asked again. Wang Zhongguo glared at him again. Old Wang, you're really getting old and muddled. Mike, that old guy, is pretending to be magnanimous. If we hit him when he's down, wouldn't that make us look petty? Old Wang was confused by the scolding, so he asked directly, What should we do now, Principal Wang? Wang Zhongguo waved his hand and shouted with a face full of smiles, Don't do anything. Let's go. Professor Mike and the others saw Wang Zhongguo and the others coming and leaving. They had strange expressions on their faces, and no one knew what they were thinking. Qin Feng acted as if he did not see anything and continued to lecture. His Chinese medicine class was very popular. The 200 students in the class were so excited that no one was distracted for 2 consecutive classes. The representatives of the St. Quasi-Medical University who stood on the podium were deeply attracted by Qin Feng's humorous and lively teaching method. They were also captivated by the miraculous Chinese medicine of China. The lecturers and students listened attentively. Some even took the initiative to ask Qin Feng questions. Avril and Professor Mike, on the other hand, were absent-minded. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for promoting Chinese medicine and spreading its name far and wide. The system has rewarded host Qin Feng with a 5 elements formation. When the class was about to end, the system's notification rang in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to check the 5 elements formation, so he continued to lecture until the bell rang. These 2 classes were very outstanding. The students of the medical college and the representatives of the St. Quasi-Medical University were fascinated by Qin Feng's lecture. Many of them even begged Qin Feng to continue when the class was over. They had only heard of students looking forward to the end of the class, but this was the first time they heard of students looking forward to the end of the class. Professor Qiao Feng, your class is too exciting. We have learned a lot from it. I have decided to carry out your teaching method in my university after I return. I have learned a lot from this trip to China. Professor Mike came up to Qin Feng and flattered him after the class was over. Hee, Professor Mike, you flatter me. The education in China is still a little backward and rigid. It's not as good as the education in foreign countries, Qin Feng said politely. Professor Mike hastily waved his hand and said, I used to think so too. But after coming to China, I realized that it's not the education in China that's backward, it's our ideas and vision. Professor Qiao Feng's teaching method is definitely not backward. Do you have any more classes for the next few days? When the time comes, you must inform us in advance. I will continue to bring the students and teachers to attend the class. No problem. I will inform you when the time comes. Qin Feng and Professor Mike exchanged some pleasantries. Then, Professor Mike left the classroom with a group of people. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered. No one knew what he was thinking. After seeing Professor Mike and the group of people off, Qin Feng packed his things and rushed back to Yan Wu Shuang's villa. Provincial Capital University, student dormitory. Professor Mike sat on his bed in his room, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Professor Mike came back to his senses and shouted, Who is it? Professor, it's me. You asked me to come here. A man's voice came from outside the door. Professor Mike collected his thoughts and went to open the door. A tall and handsome man walked into the room. He was Qin Feng's transfer student, Prince William. You're here. Take a seat. Professor Mike invited Prince William to take a seat and poured him a glass of water. He acted as if his status was lower than Prince William's. Prince William sat in front of the table and accepted Professor Mike's behavior naturally. Professor, why did you ask me to come here? Professor Mike had already closed the door. However, he was afraid that the wall might be eavesdropping, so he lowered his voice and said, "Prince William, have you transferred to Medical College Class 1? Yes. My father asked me to come here yesterday to assist you in your mission," Prince William said honestly. Professor Mike nodded and continued, "You saw Xiao Feng's class today. What do you think of him?" Prince William was also in Class 1 at that time. He witnessed the series of events in the morning. He pondered for a while and said, "What do you mean, Professor Mike? Aren't we here to look for the divine Chinese medicine practitioner, Li Xingtian, who has been missing for 5 years? What does this have to do with Xiao Feng?" Professor Mike nodded and then shook his head. "Patriarch William did ask us to look for Li Xingtian because Li Xingtian is a person who can use the needle manipulation technique of Chinese medicine. However, in the class today, the teacher called Xiao Feng also used the needle manipulation technique. Furthermore, he has a profound foundation in acupuncture. I'm thinking if we should capture him as well. This way, we can speed up the chief's plan." Prince William's eyes lit up. Previously, he was only thinking about completing the mission given by his father in China, but he had neglected the main purpose of this mission. After Professor Mike's reminder, Prince William was also tempted. Xiao Feng was young, but he had mastered the needle manipulation technique. If he could bring him back to the American base, wouldn't the William family be even more powerful? "Professor Mike, you suddenly fainted in class. Was it an act?" Prince William's eyes lit up. He was suddenly a little afraid of Professor Mike. This old man was too shrewd and scheming. His long-term vision was not something Prince William could compare with. Hee. Prince William is indeed smart. I did pretend to faint to test Xiao Feng's acupuncture skills. Yesterday, those exchange students said that Xiao Feng knew how to use the needle manipulation technique. I didn't go for a medical competition today. I went to test him. You saw the result. That kid is the one we need. It turned out that Professor Mike and Prince William were 2 of the members sent by the William family for this operation. Professor Mike didn't care whether the St. Medical Institute won or lost the medical competition. Everything he did was for the sake of the mission. Prince William suddenly became excited. He looked at Mike and said, "I just came to class, so I'm not familiar with the other students. I feel that they are also rejecting me. However, I have a good relationship with Professor Xiao Feng. He is also a good person. He even helped me translate and praised me on the first day of school. If you want to rope Xiao Feng back to the base with us, I can try to get close to him and get him to join us voluntarily." Professor Mike looked excited. He immediately slammed the table and made a decision. "Okay, then I'll entrust this matter to Prince William. If you successfully convince Xiao Feng, I believe that the chief will definitely reward you when you return. P.S. A chapter in the middle of the night for those who haven't slept yet. Don't forget to vote for those who still have monthly votes. Also, feel free to send gifts. Chapter 611. The only official reading site of Hedonist Sovereign is Zongheng Chinese Network. I hope everyone can subscribe to Zongheng Chinese Network and support Young Master Du. When Qin Feng returned to Yan Wushuang's rented villa, Yan Wushuang was preparing dinner. Ever since Qin Feng praised Yan Wushuang's cooking skills this morning, this lass had taken a liking to cooking. She was busy in the kitchen with a big spatula. "Team leader Yan, you're really good at cooking. I was mesmerized by the aroma of the dishes as soon as I entered the house." Qin Feng came to the entrance of the kitchen and kept sniffing. Yan Wushuang was delighted, but she glared at Qin Feng coldly. "What are you sniffing for? Are you a dog? Get out of here and don't disturb me while I'm cooking." Qin Feng fawned on Yan Wushuang because he hadn't had his dinner yet. He smiled and said, "Hee, I won't disturb you then, Team Leader Yan. Call me when you're done, and I'll bring the dishes to you." Qin Feng used to tease Yan Wushuang whenever he saw her. Today he was flattering her with all kinds of flattery, which made Yan Wushuang feel uncomfortable. Clanking sounds came from the kitchen. After a while, Yen Wushuang came out with 2 plates of delicious food in her hands. "Serve the dishes, Qin Feng." "He coming." Qin Feng eagerly ran to the kitchen. He realized that praising Yen Wushuang was very effective. This girl was in a good mood. So she cooked 4 dishes and a soup for dinner. Her life was very comfortable. This was the first time Qin Feng wished that this quest would continue on forever. Qin Feng was very happy. Qin Feng put the dishes on the table. Yen Wushuang was sweating from cooking, so she changed into loose white pajamas and came downstairs. "You stinking brat, you ate without waiting for me. Do you have a conscience?" Yen Wushuang gritted her teeth when she saw Qin Feng gobbling down the food as soon as she came downstairs. With a big mouthful of rice in his mouth, Qin Feng said vaguely, "Team leader Yen, your food is so delicious that I couldn't help but eat it. Please don't mind me." Yen Wushuang wanted to reprimand Qin Feng, but she was happy after hearing Qin Feng's words. She glared at Qin Feng and didn't say anything. Yen Wushuang sat in front of Qin Feng and began to eat. "Eat slowly, kid. No one is going to fight with you." "Oh, right. What did you learn in school today?" Yen Wushuang slapped the back of Qin Feng's hand with her chopsticks and shouted angrily, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Qin Feng swallowed the mouthful of rice, drank some water, and then said, "Hee, I couldn't open my mouth just now, or else the rice would have spilled out. I made a discovery today, and it's a big one." Yen Wushuang's eyes lit up. "What did you find? Have you confirmed the identity of the members sent by the William family?" Qin Feng said, "I've confirmed one, but there are still 2 suspicious targets." "Really? Are you sure?" Yen Wushuang shouted excitedly. Although Yen Wushuang didn't go to class these days, it didn't mean that she didn't go to school. On the contrary, Yen Wushuang lurked in the school every day to check on the members of the St. Medical Institute's exchange group. Yen Wushuang also saw the battle between Qin Feng and the St. Medical Institute in class this morning. "Prince William. He transferred to our class yesterday, and now he's called Prince Wei." Qin Feng forgot to tell Yen Wushuang about this yesterday. "Prince William? Isn't that William Hagen's son? William's elder brother? How did you recognize him?" Yen Wushuang's eyes widened. She didn't expect this person to be here. "Prince William tried to assassinate me in the provincial capital, but he didn't succeed. At that time, I was using Qin Feng's appearance. Now that I've changed my identity, he can't recognize me, but I can recognize him." Every time Qin Feng thought of this, he would feel happy. The feeling of being in the dark while the enemy was in the light was really great. Yen Wushuang was speechless. She didn't expect Qin Feng to bump into such a good thing. "Who are the 2 suspicious people?" "One is Avril, whom I mentioned yesterday. I'm becoming more and more suspicious of her. You can pay more attention to her whereabouts." "The other one is Professor Mike," Qin Feng said. Yen Wushuang didn't find it strange that Avril was suspected, but Professor Mike made her suspicious. Yen Wushuang witnessed the whole process of Qin Feng's class today. Professor Mike fainted in class and thanked Qin Feng after he woke up. He expressed his admiration and respect for Chinese medicine. How could this old man be someone sent by the William family? Most of the people from the William family were ability users or specially trained super agents. They shouldn't have fainted naturally. Qin Feng saw Yen Wushuang's doubts. Before she could ask, he took the initiative to say, "That old man is very cunning. I suspect he deliberately fainted during class." Yen Wushuang's eyes widened. The more she listened, the more confused she became. Why did he deliberately faint? Qin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't understand this, but when I treated Professor Mike, I didn't find any illness in his body. His body is in good condition, and he shouldn't have fainted." Qin Feng suspected that Professor Mike fainted, but he couldn't guess the reason. Could it be that Professor Mike deliberately fainted to test Qin Feng's medical skills? Isn't this a little strange? Could it be that Professor Mike suspected that Qin Feng knew his identity? That was even more impossible. Because Qin Feng had a new identity, not many people in the capital knew Qiao Feng. Qin Feng couldn't guess Professor Mike's intentions, but he suspected Professor Mike. Yan Wushuang also suspected Professor Mike when she found out that Professor Mike fainted on purpose. Okay, then I'll follow these two people for the next few days to see what they're up to, Yan Wushuang said with hatred. After Qin Feng provided his information, he pouted and looked at Yan Wushuang. Leader Yan, I found some useful clues these 2 days. Why haven't you found anything? Yan Wushuang looked embarrassed. She really didn't find any useful information these 2 days. Moreover, Yan Wushuang was Qin Feng's superior. How could Yan Wushuang not feel embarrassed when her superior wasn't as capable as her subordinate? I already have some clues. I'm just casting a long line to catch a big fish. I'm too lazy to tell you now. Yan Wushuang's eyes darted around. She didn't dare to look Qin Feng in the eye. Qin Feng naturally knew what Yan Wushuang was thinking. He said with a smile, Leader Yan, it's okay if you didn't find any useful clues. How about this? I'll support you from now on. You provide your body, and I provide my strength. We'll divide the work and compete to be the dragon sex double. Yan Wushuang's face darkened. She was wondering why Qin Feng became so serious tonight. Yan Wushuang wasn't used to it. She didn't even get to pretend for a while, and this brat showed his foxtail again. Go to hell. Who wants you to support me? Don't think I really didn't find any clues. I caught someone from the William family today. Yan Wushuang raised her head and puffed out her chest. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Yan Wushuang's chest. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Leader Yan, what did you just say? You caught someone from the William family? Are you for real? Qin Feng suddenly snapped out of his daze. This Yan Wushuang was too powerful. Yan Wushuang felt great when she saw Qin Feng's shocked expression. She snorted disdainfully and said, I just caught a person. It's not a big deal. Do you think that I, Yan Wushuang, bought my position in the Dragon's Gate Huang group? Didn't you get it because of the unspoken rules? Qin Feng, do you want to die? Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang messed around for a while. Both of them went to a storeroom in the backyard of the villa. According to Yan Wushuang, the William family member that she caught was locked in this storeroom. Yan Wushuang stepped forward and opened the door. Qin Feng followed behind her and asked curiously, Leader Yan, where did you catch this person? In the secret tunnel that you told me about. Yan Wushuang said proudly, when I was looking for another exit in the tunnel, I happened to see him sneaking around. I immediately knocked him out and dragged him back. Suddenly, Qin Feng had a bad feeling. He hurriedly looked into the storeroom and saw a green-haired, brawny man tied up with a rag stuffed in his mouth. His body was riddled with scars. Apparently, he had been tortured by Yan Wushuang. Green Hat? Qin Feng cried out in surprise. As expected, he had guessed correctly. Yan Wushuang, that silly girl, had really caught Green Fur. Do you know him? Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng cautiously. How did Qin Feng know someone from the William family? Sob, sob, sob. Green Hair's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Feng. He was so excited that he shed tears. After he was caught, Yan Wushuang forced him to confess and beat him until he was almost beaten to death. How could there be such a tough woman in this world? Qin Feng really wanted to give in to Yan Wushuang, this silly girl. He walked up and removed the rag from Green Fur's mouth. Green Fur's blood-curdling screams were heard. Big brother, I never thought of running. I sincerely wanted to help you find another exit. Why don't you believe me? Please don't beat me anymore. Green Hair was a burly man, but now he was crying. He felt that he was too unlucky recently. Since that afternoon, when he wanted to violate Qiao Shishir, Green Hair's life seemed to be shrouded in bad luck. He was unlucky from beginning to end. Yan Wushuang seemed to have understood something from their conversation. Could this green hair be the person that Qin Feng sent to find the exit? Yan Wushuang felt a little embarrassed. After all, she caught her own man and beat him up. It would be shameful if people knew about this. Ahem. Don't make a fuss. I just wanted to test you. I wanted to see if you would betray me in a critical moment. You've done well and passed the test. You can continue looking for the exit later. Qin Feng felt that Green Hair's life was too miserable. He must have done too many bad things in his previous life. After he found an excuse to fool Green Hair, Qin Feng pulled Yan Wushuang out of the storeroom. Qin Feng, is that the person you found? Yan Wushuang asked embarrassedly. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, Team Leader Yan, I think you should reconsider my previous suggestion. Next time, you'll use your body, and I'll use my strength. Yan Wushuang glared at Qin Feng angrily, but she couldn't lose her temper. After all, she had caught the wrong person this time. All right, let that guy go later and let him continue looking for the exit of the tunnel. I'm going back to sleep. I'm really impressed by you women. Qin Feng glared at Yan Wushuang's chest and went back to his room. Ever since he left Acropolis City, Qin Feng had turned off his cell phone to prevent his identity from being exposed. At this moment, he lay on the big bed and turned on his cell phone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as he turned on his cell phone, it started to vibrate continuously. It vibrated for more than a minute before it stopped. Qin Feng looked at the missed calls and messages. There were messages from his women, as well as messages from Yunze and Longhair's brothers. The ones who called and messaged Qin Feng the most were Zhao Lingxian and Su Qiuyu. In total, the two of them had made over 1,000 missed calls, causing Qin Feng to be dumbfounded. Qin Feng, you finally turned on your cell phone. Qin Feng called Zhao Lingxian first. Soon, Lingxian's angry voice came from the other side of the phone. Lingxian, I've changed my identity. I need to keep a low profile for a few days, so I didn't turn on my cell phone. Qin Feng gave a simple explanation, then asked, Did something happen on your side? P.S. To those who complained about repetitive chapters, wrong chapters, and messy chapters, sorry, you're reading a pirated version. When the pirated version stole Young Master Du's article, the system made a mistake, and Young Master Du couldn't change it. Chapter 612. Hedonist Sovereign Book Group 431362209. Welcome. Zhao Lingxian knew Qin Feng was in a difficult situation, so the anger in her heart dissipated. Instead, she worried about Qin Feng. Qin Feng, are you doing well in the capital? No one bullied you, right? Qin Feng's heart surged with warmth. He smiled and said, I'm fine, don't worry about me. I'm the hedonist young master of Acropolis City. Even in the capital, everyone has to make way for me. Qin Feng purposely said relaxed words so that Zhao Lingxian wouldn't worry. Zhao Lingxian was amused. She laughed tenderly and said, You're so narcissistic. I really can't be too nice to you. Seeing that the atmosphere became harmonious and relaxed, Qin Feng continued to ask, Lingxian, you called me so many times. What happened? The other side of the phone was silent for a while. Then Zhao Lingxian said in a downcast voice, Qin Feng, because of what happened last time, Liang Yu has been bothering me frequently. He even said he'll come to Acropolis City to see me soon. Zhao Lingxian's voice trailed off. She was clearly afraid Qin Feng would be angry. Qin Feng was indeed angry, but he wasn't angry at Zhao Lingxian. Instead, he was angry at Liang Yu. Liang Yu was bothering Zhao Lingxian because she thought Qin Feng was dead, so she asked Liang Yu to help her get Qing Lang's phone number. This matter was a big blunder. After Qin Feng returned to the capital, he was busy investigating the William family, so he really neglected this matter. Lingxian, don't worry about this. I'll personally go to the Liang family in a bit and beat that reckless guy to death, Qin Feng said firmly. Zhao Lingxian immediately became worried. Don't do anything rash. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have told you about this. Don't worry, I'm a stage 1 inner martial artist now. I'll protect myself. Plus, I have the phone group to protect me in Acropolis City. Acropolis City belongs to the Qin family now. I'm sure even if Liang Yu comes, he won't dare to do anything too excessive to me. Zhao Lingxian was still afraid that Liang Yu would come looking for her. After all, the Liang family was a big family in the capital. Moreover, even if Liang Yu's strength couldn't compare to Liang Jinwei's, he was definitely more powerful than a stage 1 inner martial artist. However, in order to prevent Qin Feng from acting foolishly, Zhao Lingxian could only try to persuade him first. Qin Feng understood what Zhao Lingxian was thinking, but once he made a decision, no one could change his mind. Just like how Yu and Xiang of the Jincheng cities, Yu family had caused Lin Bei to fall into a vegetative state, Qin Feng had single-handedly destroyed the Yu family. Qin Feng could endure being taken advantage of, but he could not allow others to bully his family, women, and friends. By the way, what happened in Yun province after I left? Why did the Qin family's name unite the 4 cities of the Yun province? In order to not worry Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng didn't mention the matter of visiting the Liang family. I heard it was your housekeeper, Uncle Fu. He's so powerful. He's actually the Southeast Tiger Yuan Fu, one of the 5 tigers of China 20 years ago. Now that he has returned to the ranks of the 5 tigers, no one in Yun province dares to provoke the Qin clan anymore. Zhao Lingxian had heard this from others. Now this news was spreading throughout the 4 cities of Yun province. The large and small families all added a strict family rule. No one could provoke the Qin family, or else they would be expelled from the family. Qin Feng had discovered Yuan Fu's true identity during the battle at Devil Beast Mountain, but he didn't think he would return to the ranks of the 5 tigers. Soon, Qin Feng understood. Uncle Fu must have had his reasons for retiring from the world 20 years ago. After enduring for 20 years, he reappeared, so there could only be one reason: to help Acropolis City's Qin clan stabilize its foundation. Qin Feng was incredibly moved. Uncle Fu had taken care of Qin Feng since he was young. It could be said that the reason why Qin Feng was able to survive in Acropolis City was all because of Uncle Fu's secret protection. Qin Feng treated Uncle Fu like his own uncle. After finding out that Uncle Fu was willing to return to the world and return to the 5 tigers of China for him and his father, Qin Feng was filled with admiration. After talking business with Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng said a lot of words of love. The 2 of them had sex not long ago, so they both missed each other and wished that the other was by their side. After talking for a long time, Qin Feng was a bit reluctant to hang up. He then called Su Qiuyu. Qin Feng, is that you? Su Qiuyu's voice was trembling and a bit hoarse. It was as if she was crying. Qiuyu, of course it's me. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked worriedly. After a few seconds of silence, Su Qiuyu's sobbing voice came through the phone. Wah! Qin Feng, my sister and Grandpa thought you died. Qin Feng suddenly understood. During the battle at Devil Beast Mountain, he deliberately spread the news of his death. At that time, it caused Lin Bei by Qing and Lu Wenjing to misunderstand. Later, Qin Feng resolved the misunderstanding with the women in Acropolis City, but he didn't have time to tell the Su sisters of Sky City. Qiuyu, I purposely put on a show in the video you saw. The Qin Feng who died was only a clone of mine. I'm currently carrying out a secret mission in the provincial capital, so I needed to change my identity and fake my death. Qin Feng felt a bit guilty as he explained to Su Qiuyu. Recently, Qin Feng had been too busy. He had to complete all sorts of quests, rebuild his family, and fight against all sorts of enemies. He was so busy that he felt dizzy. As a result, Qin Feng had neglected the beautiful Su sisters. I see. It's good to know that you're fine. I can rest assured now. Su Qiuyu didn't blame Qin Feng. She was a smart and sensible woman. Qin Feng felt that it was a great fortune to have the Su sisters. Chiu, how's the medical company? Qin Feng got back to the main topic. He wanted to suppress the Liang family in the provincial capital. He wanted to destroy the Liang family in the business world first, and then swallow up the Liang family's power. Su Qiuyu's emotions had calmed down, and she became a capable and steady woman again. The gold, sore medicine, and whitening powder formulas you left last time have been registered as trademarks and passed the inspection of the State Food and Drug Administration. Now, these two formulas can be mass-produced at any time and sold in the market. I've been contacting you and waiting for you to tell me. Su Qiuyu's ability was outstanding. Qin Feng had only been back in Yun province for half a month, but Su Qiuyu had already settled the new formulas. Okay, then start the production of the gold, sore medicine, and whitening powder immediately. You can look for me if you have any financial problems, said Qin Feng. The Su family still has funds. If it's really not enough, I'll look for you. Qin Feng, take good care of yourself in the provincial capital. Remember to visit the Su family when you have time. Grandpa and Xia Tian miss you very much. Su Qiuyu's pretty face blushed after she finished speaking. How could she not miss Qin Feng? However, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Qin Feng, of course, understood Su Qiuyu, so he agreed with a smile. Su Qiuyu still had something in her heart that she didn't tell Qin Feng. After thinking for a while, she decided not to tell Qin Feng so that he wouldn't worry. When Su Qiuyu found out that Qin Feng was killed by Green Wolf, she didn't believe it at first. However, after a few days, the Su sisters and the elder had no choice but to accept it. The three of them were heartbroken and decided to avenge Qin Feng. Through the video, Su Qiuyu knew that Green Wolf was very powerful. Su Qiuyu was prepared to sell the Su family's business and spend a lot of money to hire the Golden Assassin Crew, a top international assassin organization, to assassinate Green Wolf. Both parties were in the final stage of their negotiation when Su Qiuyu suddenly received a call from Qin Feng. She learned that Qin Feng was still alive after hanging up Su Qiuyu's call. Qin Feng hastily called the other women. He was afraid that these women would also think that he was dead and think of avenging him. Lu Bingbing, Su Xia Tian, Lu Xiaojia, and even Li Yuqin called him. Suddenly, Qin Feng thought of Han Ying, but he couldn't call her. Then he thought of Su Ruoro and Yun Xiao. He wanted to call them, but he couldn't reach them. Qin Feng wanted to call Rao Sherman, but he decided not to. Rao Sherman was getting more and more popular, so she must be very busy. Qin Feng hadn't contacted her for a long time. Did Rao Sherman still remember him? 8 years ago, they met by chance at the Lotus Lake. Could that pure and innocent relationship last until now? Qin Feng was a little depressed. He realized that his strength was still too low. He wanted to protect his family, women, and friends, but he felt powerless. Qin Feng swore in his heart that he must break through as soon as possible and become more powerful. Qin Feng cast aside his messy thoughts and opened the Martial Artist Alliance's personal cell phone. He remembered that when he was in Acropolis City, he received a group mission from Huayan. He was to search for treasures in an ancient martial ruins. This mission piqued Qin Feng's interest. He wanted to forge a cosmic flying sword, but he lacked a lot of materials. Perhaps he could find some treasures in the ancient martial ruins. Ding! Ding! As soon as he unlocked the Martial Art Alliance's cell phone, his mind went wild. Qin Feng looked at it and saw that most of the messages were from the Martial Art Alliance. There were also messages from Huayan, Shao 11th Lang, and Lu Jia. Green Wolf, I've seen through you. We walk different paths from now on. Huayan added a row of angry and knife-like emojis at the bottom of the message. Qin Feng was confused by her words. Boss, where have you been? Come back quickly. Everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Boss, can't you give me a fuck? The principal of Provincial Capital University has withdrawn your expulsion document and invited you back to teach. Can you say something? Lu Jie's message was to persuade Qin Feng to return to school. Then, there was a private message from Xiao 11th Lang. Qin Feng had put on a good show of killing himself in Devil Beast Mountain. One reason was to deceive others and change his identity. The second reason was to complete the mission given by Xiao 11th Lang, gain his trust, and reveal his true identity. Qin Feng clicked on Xiao 11th Lang's message with a little excitement. Brother Green Wolf, I've received news of Qin Feng's death. Thank you for helping me complete this mission. I've already transferred the reward points to your account. The physical reward is in the Martial Artist Alliance's warehouse. Please check it. Xiao 11th Lang's message mainly talked about the mission and did not mention anything else. Qin Feng frowned slightly and replied to Xiao 11th Lang, Brother Xiao, you're too kind. I've been paid to do my job. Brother Xiao is generous. Green Wolf really wants to be friends with you. I wonder if you have time to come out for a drink? Qin Feng wanted to ask Xiao 11th Lang out so that he could reveal his true identity. 5 minutes after the message was sent, there was still no reply. Xiao 11th Lang's profile picture was gray. Qin Feng did not know if he was really offline or if he was invisible. Bored, Qin Feng clicked on the ancient martial ruins exploration mission. According to the mission time, the mission should have started by now. However, Qin Feng discovered that the mission was still in the Martial Artist Alliance's push list. Chapter 613. China was a big country, and there were many people who practiced ancient martial arts. However, there were not many martial artists who could reach stage 4 inner Qi, and the number of martial artists who could reach stage 6 inner Qi was less than half of them. Now that the ancient martial ruin exploration mission had changed its requirements, it required martial artists who were at least stage 6 inner Qi to join. No wonder the mission hadn't started yet. The organizer wanted to recruit 10 people to form a team, but only 6 people had signed up. Qin Feng had signed up for this mission as a stage for inner Qi disciple, but now that the requirements had changed, Qin Feng's registration was automatically cancelled by the Martial Art Alliance's client system. However, Qin Feng could see the information of the 6 people who had signed up, and Billowy Lady's name was among them. Hua Yan is participating too? She's only a stage 4 demon cultivator. How did she sign up? Qin Feng was surprised when he saw Hua Yan's member name. However, Qin Feng quickly understood. Before he left the provincial capital, Hua Yan refined a blood qi pill for Qin Feng, and the other half of the ingredients for the blood qi pill was given to Hua Yan as a reward. She must have refined another blood qi pill for him and consumed it to break through. However, Hua Yan had broken through from a stage 4 demon cultivator to a stage 6 demon cultivator in just half a month? Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Since Hua Yan had signed up, Qin Feng signed up as well. Qin Feng happened to be at stage 6 inner Qi, so he met the requirements to sign up. After signing up, Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the mission because the mission didn't have a specific starting time. The organizer would contact the applicants when there were 10 people, so Qin Feng didn't need to pay attention to it anymore. After closing the mission list, Qin Feng realized that Xiao 11 Lang still hadn't replied to his message. Qin Feng didn't wait any longer. He changed his SIM card and inserted the Dragon Gate internal card. Then he turned off his Martial Art Alliance phone and put it back in his pocket. Taking advantage of the night, he rushed to the provincial capital's Liang family. In the lobby of a mansion in the provincial capital's Liang family, Liang Yu sat on the sofa anxiously in his white pajamas. Beside him sat a man in his 50s. The man was dressed in black silk pajamas and looked noble and decent. His face was calm and steady, and there was a hint of dignity between his brows. The man was Liang Yu's father, the Liang family's eldest brother. Dad, can you say something? This is a great opportunity. We have to grasp it. Liang Yu looked at his father anxiously, as though he was waiting for his father to nod. Liang Shuiping sipped his tea unhurriedly. His gaze remained fixed on the news on the television. Without even looking at Liang Yu, he said, "Did you forget what that strange old man from the Dongfang family said?" At the mention of this, Liang Yu immediately jumped up in anger and cursed. That big idiot from the Dongfang family. The Liang family has never had any dealings with him. How does the woman, I fancy, have anything to do with him? Isn't the Dongfang family too lenient? Isn't it just China's Crimson Dragon? What's so great about it? Pa! Liang Shuiping slammed his palm on the coffee table, instantly shattering it. Liang Yu was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth. He lowered his head and stood to the side like a child who had done something wrong. Vile spawn! How can you speak such words so casually? If that strange old man hears about this, you'll be waiting to collect your corpse. Liang Yu's imposing manner was obviously much weaker, but he still grumbled unhappily, "Dad, don't be angry. I wouldn't dare to speak such words outside. I'm only grumbling because we're in the family." "Humph. You think you're safe in the Liang family's villa? Those uncles of yours are always watching our every move. They can't wait for us to make some mistakes." Liang Shuiping snorted angrily. This was an important moment for the Liang family. The Liang family's old man, Liang Qitian, was getting old and was preparing to give up the position of family head. There was a rule in the Liang family that the position of family head was passed down through the generations. This meant that Liang Yu's father's generation didn't have the right to fight for the position of family head. So this good thing fell to Liang Yu's generation. In Liang Yu's generation, aside from Liang Yu, he had 2 cousins. Everyone was itching for the position of family head, and the open and veiled struggle was very intense. Liang Yu understood his father's meaning and immediately showed an attitude of admitting his mistake. "Dad, I know I was wrong. I won't say these things again." Liang Shuiping nodded. He suddenly looked at Liang Yu and asked, "You just said that the girl from Acropolis City's Zhao family took the initiative to be friends with you and wanted to marry you? Is that true?" Liang Yu instantly became excited and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, of course it's true. Dad, before, the Dongfang family stopped me from being friends with Zhao Lingxian because they didn't want me to force her. But it's different now. The girl was attracted by my dissolute talent and took the initiative to be friends with me. The Dongfang family has no reason to interfere with this, right? If they interfere again, it's really inexcusable." Liang Shuiping analyzed the pros and cons of the matter. He actually agreed with his son's words. If the girl from the Zhao family took the initiative to be friends with Liang Yu, then Dongfang Mingwang had no reason to stop them. Seeing his father's attitude soften, Liang Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to say, "Dad, you just said that this is a special time. Second uncle and third uncle are all eyeing the position of family head. If we keep biding our time, we'll fall into a disadvantageous situation. Although Acropolis City is a small place, the Zhao family's medical corporation isn't small. Even the capital's major medical stores are selling the Zhao family's main products. If I can marry Zhao Lingxian, wouldn't I have a strong backing for my fight for the position of family head? When Grandpa is happy, the position of family head will naturally fall onto my head. This is a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone." Liang Shuiping naturally knew this was a good thing. He didn't express his opinion before because he was worried about the Dongfang family's attitude and because he wasn't sure if his son's words were true or false. Now that he saw his son's solemn and confident expression, it seemed that he wasn't lying. Even Liang Shuiping was moved by this marriage. "Dad, why don't you say something? If you agree, I'll go to Acropolis City tomorrow to give the betrothal gifts." Once Liang Yu thought of Zhao Lingxian's beauty and wonderful figure, he couldn't help but urge his father. Liang Shuiping finally nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. "No need to ask. I'll make the decision for your old man. You can't have an affair with a woman from the Zhao family. At the same time, you can't find a woman from any other family. To put it simply, you'll be single for the rest of your life and be a single dog for the rest of your life." The voice came so suddenly that Liang Yu and Liang Shuiping jumped in fright. The two of them immediately looked towards the entrance of the villa. A strange person wearing strange clothes and a frightening wolf mask stood at the door. Liang Yu was so scared that he almost fell on his butt. "You, who the fuck are you? You dare to trespass on my Liang family's sacred land? You're looking to die, brat." Liang Yu was so scared that his heart raced, but he quickly calmed down. This was the Liang family's base of operations, and there were skilled guards all around. How could Liang Yu be afraid of this wolf-masked strange person in front of him? What did this brat just say? "You won't let me find a woman and want me to be a single dog for the rest of my life? Is there something wrong with your fucking brain?" Qin Feng ignored Liang Yu and walked into the living room, minding his own business. He sat down on the sofa and leisurely crossed his legs as if he was in his own home. Liang Yu was so angry that he wanted to die. He was about to go out and call for the guards. After Liang Shuiping saw Qin Feng, his expression changed again. Finally, his entire face was as pale as a sheet. He jumped up with a whoosh and didn't dare to sit with Qin Feng. As a hedonistic young master in the capital, Liang Yu idled around all day, picking up girls and squandering. He didn't care about China's martial arts world and didn't know what Green Wolf looked like. However, Liang Shuiping knew Green Wolf. The entire China's martial arts world knew Green Wolf. The video of Green Wolf's battle at Devil Beast Mountain a few days ago was too terrifying. He defeated the Southeast's Tiger Yuan Fu and the capital's Tiger Qi Wanjun all by himself. He was a mysterious man, a godlike man. He was the man of one piece. At this moment, this strange man was sitting on the sofa in his home. Liang Shuiping didn't even know when he came in. The Liang family's villa was surrounded by expert guards, but Green Wolf came in without anyone noticing. He didn't even cause a commotion. Senior Green Wolf, why are you here?" Liang Shuiping was a stage 5 inner chi expert, but he couldn't see through Qin Feng's strength. This made Liang Shuiping even more fearful of Qin Feng. He didn't dare to be careless. Liang Yu walked to the door and was stunned by his father's actions and words. He looked at the strange man sitting on the sofa with an expression of dementia. "Him. This is Green Wolf? Stinking brat, what are you standing there for? Come and greet Senior Green Wolf." Liang Shuiping angrily yelled at his son. Liang Yu still hadn't regained his senses. He walked to Qin Feng's side in a daze and asked after a long time, "Dad, why did you call him Senior? I know this brat. He dared to threaten me on the Martial Art Alliance app. I was going to find time to settle the score with him, but I didn't expect this brat to deliver himself to me. God is really on my side." Slap. Liang Yu was sent flying by Liang Shuiping's slap before he could finish. Liang Shuiping was so angry that he wanted to curse. "God is on your side." Liang Yu fell to the ground, and his face was swollen. He covered his face and looked at his father in astonishment. He still couldn't figure out what was going on. "Dad, why did you hit me? Do you have Alzheimer's disease?" Liang Shuiping's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly flared up again. He kicked Liang Yu and sent him flying. Liang Yu was beaten so badly by his father that he didn't even have a chance to retort. Liang Shuiping was also sullen. He knew that if he didn't teach his son a lesson, his son would be gone when Green Wolf attacked. "Xiaoliang, that's enough. He's just a wild dog. Why do you have to lower yourself to his level?" Qin Feng suddenly said when he saw this. Although Liang Shuiping couldn't see Qin Feng's face, he could tell from his voice that Qin Feng was about the same age as his son. Liang Shuiping was quite sullen to be called Xiao Liang by a junior. This person even called his son a wild dog? Then wouldn't he be an old wild dog? Liang Shuiping was very angry, but he didn't dare to show it. He had seen the video of Green Wolf abusing Capital's Tiger Qi bow. This fellow was vicious and merciless. He killed without batting an eye. Liang Shuiping didn't even dare to call for the Liang family's door to come in. He was afraid that if he made a sound, he would be killed by Green Wolf in the next second. Even though he was called an old wild dog, Liang Shuiping still had to smile and curry favor with Green Wolf. Senior Green Wolf, my rascal is ignorant and doesn't know about your great achievements. You are a magnanimous person, so don't lower yourself to his level. That's right. Why did Senior visit so late at night? Is there anything I can do for you? Chapter 614. Liang Shuiping was so nervous that his entire body trembled. Qin Feng, on the other hand, leisurely crossed his legs as if he was on vacation. HP //7736F7436F% 6 Qin Feng said he would visit the Liang family tonight, so he would definitely come. Moreover, Qin Feng had used Green Wolf's identity to come here. He thought that everyone in the Chinese martial arts world would know about Green Wolf's battle at Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng also wanted to know what position Green Wolf held in the eyes of these large families. Seeing Liang Shuiping's reaction, Qin Feng finally knew how powerful his reputation was. Ahem. Xiao Liang, don't be nervous. I just came out for a walk at night and happened to come to your Liang family's side courtyard. Xiao Liang, you won't not welcome me, right? Liang Shuiping's entire body trembled violently. He hurriedly smiled and said, Haha, why would I? Why would I? Qin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction and continued, I didn't come here for anything important. I just wanted to tell you and your son that I can't stand your son. He's not allowed to interact with any women in the future. If I find out, haha, think about the consequences. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. His laugh seemed to float out from the depths of hell, and it gave Liang Yu and Liang Shuiping goosebumps. Liang Yu was lying on the ground on the side. He was in so much pain that he couldn't get up, although he didn't know what Green Wolf represented. Judging from his father's fear of Green Wolf, Liang Yu knew that he had kicked a nail this time. Green Wolf was obviously a big shot that couldn't be provoked. Liang Shuiping didn't think Green Wolf would be so ruthless. He directly forbade his son from touching women. Why did all the experts in the Chinese martial arts world have this kind of hobby? Did they like to restrict people from making friends? Rumble. Seeing that Liang Shuiping didn't speak, Qin Feng waved his hand. An intense fireball instantly fell to the ground and burned the shattered glass into ashes. Liang Shuiping and Liang Yu witnessed everything that happened in front of them. They even felt like they were dreaming. The destructive fire came ferociously and left quickly. If it weren't for the shattered glass on the coffee table disappearing, the two of them would have thought it was a dream. Xiao Liang, I'm very busy. What do you mean by not speaking? You don't agree? Qin Feng's cold voice came just as the destructive fire disappeared. Liang Shuiping and Liang Yu broke out in cold sweat, as if they had just been drenched in a heavy rain. Agree. I of course agree. Senior Green Wolf is right. My son won't look for a woman in the future. Liang Shuiping stammered. He didn't even know how Green Wolf managed to summon a fireball. Could it be that Green Wolf was a demonic cultivator? After Liang Shuiping expressed a stance, he hurriedly looked at Liang Yu, who had fallen to the side in a daze, and roared, You stinking brat! Quick, tell me you're willing. Liang Yu had long been scared out of his wits. He only snapped out of his daze after being yelled at by his father. He never expected Green Wolf to be so powerful. How did that fireball come out? Was this a magic trick? He even took away the shards of glass on the floor. I am willing. With no time to think, Liang Yu quickly agreed. Although he was extremely unwilling, Liang Yu had no other choice. He knew that if he didn't agree, he would be burned to ashes like those glass shards in the next second. Liang Shuiping and Liang Yu echoed each other. Qin Feng felt like he was at a wedding. Are you willing? I'm willing. Qin Feng shook his head and came back to his senses. He nodded in satisfaction. He came here to establish his might and didn't plan on wiping out the Liang family. After all, this was the capital, and the Liang family was one of the 5 small families in the capital. If such a large family was wiped out in one night, he was sure the government would come out to investigate. Perhaps the Dragon Gate would come out to investigate. If that happened, Qin Feng would be in trouble again. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied with your choices. However, I hope you weren't just talking tonight. Otherwise, don't even think about talking in the future. After Qin Feng received a satisfactory answer, he suddenly stood up. His every move could scare Liang Shuiping and Liang Yu half to death. No, that won't happen. My son will definitely abide by Senior Green Wolf's teachings and won't come into contact with women again, Liang Shuiping said shakily. Liang Shuiping said with a trembling voice. Then he glared at Liang Yu in the corner. Before Liang Shuiping could speak, Liang Yu also hurriedly declared, "Why, Senior Green Wolf, don't worry. I won't touch women. I will never touch women again." When he said this, Liang Yu's heart was bleeding. Senior Green Wolf, do you have any other orders? Just say it. We'll definitely do it. Seeing that his son also declared a stance, Liang Shuiping immediately started to curry favor with Green Wolf. He was deeply afraid that Green Wolf would suddenly throw that terrifying fireball. If there's nothing else, and it's getting late, I'm leaving. When Qin Feng's voice fell, he immediately bought an invisibility talisman from the system and instantly disappeared into the night. Liang Shuiping and Liang Yu stared dumbfoundedly at the empty room. The night wind blew on their faces, telling them that this wasn't a dream. However, how did Green Wolf, who was standing in the room a second ago, suddenly disappear? After a few minutes, Dad, did that person to leave? Liang Yu asked carefully. Liang Shuiping was also sweating in his heart. He softly yelled around the room, "Senior Green Wolf, Senior Green Wolf, are you still there?" After yelling a few times and not hearing a reply, Liang Shuiping's body went limp and he directly sat on the ground. The pressure that Green Wolf gave him was truly too great. "Dad, who the hell was that guy? He actually dared to break into our Liang family's villa in the middle of the night. Why didn't you call the guards to kill him?" Knowing that Green Wolf had left, Liang Yu became arrogant again. He crawled to his father's side and yelled curses. Liang Shuiping's heart, which had just calmed down, instantly jumped to his throat. He slapped Liang Yu's face and wanted nothing more than to slap this evil creature to death. "You bastard, hurry and shut up. Look at what you've done. Of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke Green Wolf. You're going to fucking kill me." Liang Yu felt dizzy from the slap, but he didn't dare to complain. He carefully asked, "Dad, who the hell is Green Wolf? Why are you so afraid of him? Even if his skills are a bit strange, our Liang family has many experts. Can't we defeat him alone?" "You brat, what do you know? A few days ago, Green Wolf crippled Qi Wanjuan's power on Devil Beast Mountain and defeated Southeast Tiger Yuan Fu. Do you think any expert in the Liang family can defeat him? Why don't you go?" Even if Liang Yu didn't pay attention to the Chinese martial arts world, he had heard of the famous seniors of the 9 dragons and 5 tigers. Knowing that Green Wolf crippled Jinghu, Liang Yu no longer felt angry. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and all that was left was fear. "Dad, then what should we do? We won't suddenly die as soon as we leave the house, right? That won't happen. An expert like Green Wolf doesn't care about our little lives. If he really wanted to kill someone, he would have done it already. Didn't you see that he came and went without a trace? Even if he killed us, I'm afraid the Liang family's guards wouldn't know." Liang Shuiping sighed and continued, "How did you offend Green Wolf? Hurry and tell me." Liang Yu knew the severity of the situation and didn't dare to hide anything. He told Liang Shuiping about how he helped Zhao Ling Xian get Green Wolf's phone number and how he argued with Green Wolf on the Martial Arts Alliance app. Liang Shuiping was so angry that he slapped Liang Shuiping a few more times. You evil creature. I'm going to die from anger because of you. Don't touch Zhao Ling Xian in the future, and don't tell anyone in the family about this. If the elder finds out that you offended Green Wolf, forget about being the head of the family. The elder might remove your name from the family tomorrow. Liang, you didn't think the situation would be so serious. He nodded in fright and added, Dad, then, can I still touch women other than Zhao Ling Xian? Liang Shuiping almost slapped his son again. He huffed and yelled, Only if you want to die. Ever since Qin Feng defeated Professor Mike, Teacher Qiao Feng's name spread throughout the university. In the school forum, the topic index had already surpassed Teacher Qin Feng. In the next few days of the exchange, the students from both sides didn't purposely compete in medicine or attack each other's culture and medical skills. The exchange between the two schools returned to its original nature and began to focus on the exchange of knowledge. Now, walking on the campus of the university, everyone was talking about Qiao Feng. There were Qiao Feng's die-hard fans and a group of love-struck, brain-dead suitors everywhere. Aside from Qiao Feng, there was another hot topic these days. The Pretty Girl Group was going to hold a concert at the university. Have you guys heard? The Pretty Girl Group is going to hold a concert at the university tomorrow. I heard about it last night and was so excited that I couldn't sleep well last night. A boy wearing thick glasses clenched his fists in excitement and made a spoiled expression like a little girl throwing a tantrum. A few girls passing by saw this scene and almost vomited. They hurriedly sped up their steps and walked away. I heard. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. I like Rao Sherman the most. She's cold and aloof. Only a woman like her is worthy of me. After the passing girls walked away, the boy's companion also clenched his fists and jumped up. His coarse, acne-filled face was red. I like Zhang Kukumor. She's lively, cute, big-breasted, and brainless. I can still accept this kind of woman. Another boy's companion made a ruckus and looked like he was in heat. Xiao Lei was in low spirits recently. He walked past the three boys with a gloomy face. When he saw their expressions and actions, he staggered and almost fell. Did all the boys in this university forget to eat some brain-dead pills today? Xiao Lei's moral integrity was shattered along the way. Aya, isn't that the teacher with smelly feet? Let's get away from him. Don't let him stink. That's right. I bought these new clothes today. I'm waiting for Sherman to come on a date with me tomorrow. I don't want to get stink from him. Stop it. Wait for me. I don't want to stay with that teacher with smelly feet. It's so embarrassing. Xiao Lei watched as the three coquettish boys ran away because they despised him. He was so angry that he almost fainted. I haven't despised you guys yet. Director Xiao Lei, over here. Xiao Lei was still fuming when a voice came from behind. Hey, it's Gao Tianyao. What's the matter? Xiao Lei quickly hid his displeasure when he saw Gao Tianyao. He didn't dare to offend Gao Tianyao as he was a disciple of one of the 5 small clans in the provincial capital. He, Director Xiao Lei, were old friends. You don't have to be so courteous with me now that we're not in class. Gao Tianyao patted Xiao Lei's shoulder and laughed. When Qin Feng was still teaching at Provincial Capital University, Gao Tianyao and Xiao Lei loathed him because he was too famous and liked to tease Hua Yan, Chang Xian, and Xiao Shishir. The two of them even formed an underground alliance. Xiao Lei even suggested Gao Tianyao to kidnap Qin Feng and force him to give up on his pursuit of Xiao Shishir and Chang Xian. Xiao Lei even suggested that Gao Tianyao kidnap Qin Feng and force him to give up on Xiao Shishir and Chang Xian. Both of them thought that Qin Feng must want his life, and Qin Feng's reputation would be ruined. However, before they could carry out their plan, Qin Feng was expelled from the university. Now that Qin Feng was gone and Xiao Feng, who was as annoying as him, came, Gao Tianyao looked for Xiao Lei again to form an alliance. Chapter 615. Since Mr. Gao Tianyao said so, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Xiao Lei could roughly guess Gao Tianyao intention when he saw Gao Tianyao taking the initiative to talk to him. Gao Tianyao smiled and said, "Director Xiao Lei, I've heard about what happened to you a few days ago. Don't be sad. I believe that Director Xiao Lei is very knowledgeable in Western medicine. You must have been going easy on those exchange students from St. Medical Institute. Otherwise, how could they have one against you?" Xiao Lei had been sulking ever since he was humiliated by Willis and the others in class a few days ago. Whenever he walked on the campus of Provincial Capital University, the students who passed by would greet him warmly and call him Mr. Stinky Feet. Even Xiao Lei himself did not expect that he would become a celebrity in Provincial Capital University one day. The reason he became famous was because he picked his feet in class. Now that he heard Gao Tianyao's words of consolation and praise, Xiao Lei's gloomy mood was lifted immediately. It was as if he had found an alien companion. He held Gao Tianyao's hand tightly and said, Yes, you are right. I can only blame myself for being too shrewd and too high a level that none of the students in Provincial Capital University can understand me. I'm like the Son of Heaven who has fallen into the mortal world. I've tasted the loneliness and solitude that only the strongest can experience. I never thought that Mr. Gao Tianyao would be able to understand me. Your words have touched me. If I had displayed my true strength that day, those 5 exchange students would not have been able to defeat me. They are still young. What if they lost the medical competition and decided to commit suicide, hang themselves, or jump into the river? Have the others thought of these far-reaching problems? No. Sigh. I'm the only one who could think of that. Gao Tianyao had no idea where Xiao Lei's bragging had reached, but he could no longer bear it. However, in order to take revenge on Xiao Feng, Gao Tianyao put on an expression that said, I understand you, and looked at Xiao Lei tenderly. It was rare for Xiao Lei to find a companion who liked to listen to his bragging. After a while, Xiao Lei's unhappiness from the past few days vanished into thin air, and he started to praise Gao Tianyao again. Haha, student Gao Tianyao, I've also heard about your defeat in the medical competition of Class 1. I know that student Gao Tianyao has the same thoughts as I do. You deliberately let those exchange students win. As a disciple of a large family in the capital, you have been brought up strictly since you were young. You are a talent who is well versed in both the pen and the sword. Your medical skills are on par with mine. Not to mention those 5 exchange students. Even their team leader, Professor Mike, can't compare to 1/10 of us. Don't you think so? Gao Tianyao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He was so touched that he almost cried. He realized that he did not waste his time listening to Xiao Lei's boasting. No, Xiao Lei did not know how to boast at all. Everything he said was true and penetrating. Ever since Xiao Feng stole Gao Tianyao's limelight and sent him flying with a kick, Gao Tianyao's mood had been as low as Xiao Lei's ever since. However, at this moment, Gao Tianyao's heart was filled with joy. He had finally found his soulmate. Yes. Director Xiao Lei is really farsighted. You managed to see through my deep concealment. I'm a little embarrassed. Xiao Lei waved his hand and said in a serious manner, Hey, I'm here to help you. Gao Tianyao, you don't have to be so humble. Others may not understand us, but we understand each other. How can an ordinary person understand our strength and talent? It's so lonely to be invincible. Haha, Director Xiao Lei is right. It's one of the happiest things in life to be able to find a soulmate like Director Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei and Gao Tianyao praised each other for a while before Xiao Lei brought the topic back to the main topic. By the way, Gao Tianyao, is there anything I can help you with? Gao Tianyao finally remembered the purpose of his visit. He hastily said, Director Xiao Lei, do you still remember the plan we made to deal with Qin Feng? Xiao Lei had already guessed Gao Tianyao's purpose of coming here, and it seemed that he was right. Of course, I remember. But hasn't that idiot Qin Feng been fired? Xiao Lei feigned ignorance and waited for Gao Tian Yao to spill the beans. That idiot Qin Feng is gone, and now there's an even bigger idiot, Qiao Feng. This brat has only been here for 2 days, but he's even more eye-catching than Qin Feng. I heard that he's interested in Xiao Shi and Chang Xan, and he even flirts with them during and after class. Gao Tian Yao liked Xiao Shi, and Xiao Lei liked Chang Xan. Qiao Feng flirted with the two beauties, and it made Xiao Lei and Gao Tian Yao very unhappy. Humph, that idiot Qiao Feng has been an eyesore for a long time. Do you want us to use the same plan on Qiao Feng? Xiao Lei looked at Gao Tian Yao and asked. Director Xiao Lei, you're really smart. I didn't even say anything, but you already figured it out. What do you think? Are you going to do it or not? How could Xiao Lei not do it? He hated Qiao Feng to the core, and he couldn't wait to get rid of this bastard. Of course I'm going to do it. When are we going to do it? After Xiao Lei agreed to it, Gao Tian Yao's eyes lit up. He whispered in Xiao Lei's ear for a while. Xiao Lei chuckled from time to time and clapped his hands. Ha! Great! Let's do it! Xiao Feng's reputation is going to be tarnished to the bottom of the drain. After Gao Tian Yao and Xiao Lei discussed the plan, they divided the work and went back to work. Xiao Lei returned to the medical college's Class 1. The first and second period of the morning were his Western medicine class. Xiao Lei didn't dare to sit in class anymore. Every time he sat down, the students would say that he was picking his feet. However, Xiao Lei's teaching skills were too poor. He had to follow the textbook in class, and the students were used to it. Moreover, with Qiao Feng around, none of them liked the Western medicine class. The atmosphere in the class was lifeless. Some were playing with their phones, sleeping, and some were flirting with girls. The two classes felt as long as 2 centuries. Xiao Lei would look at his watch from time to time as if he was waiting for an opportunity. 5 minutes before the end of the class, Xiao Lei suddenly put down the textbook in his hand and looked at Xiao Shi, who was sitting below the podium. Ahem, Xiao Shi, can I trouble you to go to the office on my behalf? I've left the homework on my desk. Sorry for troubling you. Xiao Shi. Xiao Lei had been in class for the past 2 periods, and no one had paid any attention to him. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and glared at him. Who do you think you are? You want to trouble our goddess, Shi, to run errands for you? Are you looking for a beating? What the fuck? What did that stink-footed guy just say? Asking goddess, Shi, to carry his things for him? Don't tell me this guy's brain is damaged by the smell. Stop assigning homework. We won't do it even if you do. Ever since Xiao Lei had fawned over the exchange student from the St. Secondary Medical Institute and claimed that Chinese medicine was inferior to Western medicine, the students of the medical institute had turned their backs on him. It was already very kind of them to allow him to stand here and attend class in peace. Xiao Lei didn't expect that his casual remark would cause such a huge rejection. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he had to get Qiao Shi out of the classroom. Otherwise, he and Gao Tian Yao would not be able to carry out their plan. The students in the class were still cursing Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei suppressed his anger and tried to persuade Qiao Shi, but before he could open his mouth, Qiao Shi, who was sitting by the window under the sunlight, suddenly stood up. She said nothing and quietly walked out of the classroom. Goddess Shi, don't go. I'll go for you if you want to. Sigh. Goddess Shi is too kind. I fell in love with her unknowingly. What should I do? But I already have Rao Sherman. What should I do? Qiao Shi quietly left the classroom. The class was in an uproar again. Xiao Lei couldn't hear the students' discussion anymore. He watched Xiao Shi walk out of the classroom with a smirk on his face. Not long after Qiao Shi left the classroom, a scream rang out. The boys in the class immediately rushed out of the classroom because it was Qiao Shi's voice. More than 30 boys from the first class surrounded the empty space outside the classroom in a breath's time. The woman who had restrained Qiao Shi was shocked. The class was not over yet, was it? The one who kidnapped Qiao Shi was a woman with average looks. She was tall and sexy, but her body was curvaceous. The woman held a sharp dagger in her hand and pressed it against Qiao Shi's neck. "Hey, what do you want, woman? Let go of our goddess Shi. Do you want to kidnap a hostage? Just let go of Shi and kidnap me." A few boys licked their lips as they stared at the woman's voluptuous breasts. The woman didn't say a word. Her hand that was holding the dagger was trembling. Apparently, she was frightened by the fanatical boys. The woman was a gangster hired by Gao Tianyao. The reason why he hired a woman to kidnap Qiao Shi was because he was interested in her. How could he allow a man to touch her body? The boys from the first class ran out of the classroom for a while. The girls and Xiao Lei finally came to their senses and followed them. More than 50 students from the first class surrounded Qiao Shi and the woman. The students were stunned by the scene in front of them. How could there be a kidnapping on campus? The commotion was so loud that the students from the second class rushed out of the classroom. The students from the other theaters who were skipping classes also came to the scene. Some teachers who were taking a stroll also came to the scene. The exchange students and lecturers from the St. Second Med University also came to the scene. Some of the university leaders thought that there was a gang fight, so they quickly came to the scene. Many stray dogs on campus also came to the scene. No one knew how much time had passed since Qiao Shi's scream, but there were already 400 to 500 people gathered outside the classroom, and the number was increasing rapidly. Qiao Shi was still in a daze. She couldn't figure out why the woman behind her wanted to kidnap her. The woman in the brown leather coat was also in a daze. She thought, what kind of woman did I kidnap? Xiao Lei and Gao Tianyao were standing in 2 corners of the crowd. They looked at each other with sinister glints in their eyes. Their plan was progressing smoothly. They were not afraid of the crowd because the more people gathered, the more embarrassing Qiao's phone would be. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao Lei's phone vibrated. He opened a message from Gao Tianyao and asked, "The crowd is almost here. Where's Qiao Feng?" Xiao Lei quickly replied, "Qiao Feng has 3 or 4 classes in the morning. He'll be here soon." Gao Tianyao calmed down after he read Xiao Lei's message. At this time, a tall and sturdy figure was walking toward them. Beside Qin Feng was a tall and beautiful woman. It was none other than teacher Chang Xan. Qin Feng was joking around with Chang Xan. Chang Xan furrowed her brows and quickened her pace. It was obvious that she didn't like Qin Feng. Chapter 616. Is there a person named Qiao Feng in your school? Hurry up and tell that heartless man to come out. The woman in the leather jacket who kidnapped Qiao Shi finally spoke. Her words startled everyone. Read the latest version of this book. Oh no! Professor Qiao Feng has cheated a woman of her body, and she has come to our school. What should we do? Will Professor Qiao Feng be expelled? How could Professor Qiao Feng do this? That woman is too ugly. Why didn't he ask her out on a date? He's here. Professor Qiao Feng is here. Qin Feng bumped into Chang Xan as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the medical college. Qin Feng pestered Chang Xan and started chatting with her. When they reached the entrance of the medical college, Qin Feng heard some students calling his name. Then, over 300 students, teachers, and a dozen stray dogs shifted their gazes to Qin Feng. Qin Feng jumped in fright. He wondered if these people were going to rape him. Even if they are going to rape me, why are there a dozen stray dogs among them? Before Qin Feng could open his mouth to ask, he heard a student yelling, "Professor Qiao Feng, run! Teacher Qiao Feng, run! Your lover is here." Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he almost burned the yelling student with a fireball. The woman's gaze fell on Qin Feng. Gao Tianyao had sent her Qiao Feng's photo, so she recognized him at first glance. She cried out in pain, "Qiao Feng, you heartless man! I've been treating you wholeheartedly, buying you clothes and paying your credit card every month. I was wondering why you spent so much money every month. It turns out that you've kept a little vixen in the school. Qiao Feng, how can you face us? I'm telling you, I'm pregnant with your flesh and blood." The students were stunned. They had only guessed that Professor Qiao Feng's lover was here to make trouble, but they didn't expect it to be true. How could Professor Qiao Feng be so careless? He should have used a condom. Chang Xian, who stood beside Qin Feng, was also stunned. She hastily took 3 steps back and kept a safe distance from Qin Feng. Chang Xian crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at Qin Feng angrily. She did not expect him to be such a scumbag. Of course, the person who was most shocked was Qin Feng himself. He looked at the woman in the brown leather jacket who kidnapped Qiao Shishir. He didn't even want to comment on her appearance. Although her body was hot, it couldn't compare to Lu Bingbing and Han Ying. Moreover, her temperament was far superior to Su Qiuyu, Zhao Lingxian, and Lin Beibei. As a hedonistic young master, Qin Feng always had very high standards for women. He really couldn't understand how this ugly woman had the nerve to frame him. "You can slander my reputation, but you can't slander my aesthetic standards. Brett, don't move." Before Qin Feng could regain his senses, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. It was a man with a long scar on his face. He held a gun in his hand, and the pitch-black muzzle was pressed against the back of Qin Feng's head. Ah! Chang Xian was startled and fell to the ground. This was the first time in her life that she had seen a kidnapping in real life. Moreover, the kidnapper was armed with a gun. The scar-faced man glanced at Chang Xian, who was lying on the ground. He couldn't help but glance at Chang Xian's slender, silky legs. She was indeed a top-grade beauty. However, the scar-faced man quickly regained his senses and pointed the gun at Qin Feng. He was here to complete a mission. "Brett, how dare you steal the woman I like? I'm here to take your life today." Whoosh! Cries of surprise rang out from the surroundings. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of teacher Qiao Feng making a woman pregnant outside. Why the fuck did he make another one? Other women's husbands had come to the school. "Who are you? Why are you pointing a gun at my man? Let him go." The woman in the leather jacket glared at the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's face darkened. He glared at the woman in the leather jacket and said, "Who the hell are you? You said he's your man?" "Qiao Feng is my man, and I have his flesh and blood in my stomach. Although he's a shameless playboy, you can't hurt him. I'm the only one who can bully him in this world." The woman in the leather jacket's acting skills were superb. Even the students who had yet to enter society were touched by her words. The scar-faced man sneered. "What a coincidence. The woman you kidnapped is my goddess. I'm here to cause trouble for this brat because he tried to seduce my goddess." After understanding the intentions of the knife-scarred man and the leather-clothed woman, everyone was stunned. Was this a movie set for a four-sided relationship? Qin Feng was analyzing the situation while the two men were talking. He could sense that the scar-faced man was not an ordinary person. His body was pulsing with inner qi. He was a stage 2 inner qi martial artist. When the scar-faced man tried to kidnap Qin Feng sensed it and easily dodged it. He then sent the scar-faced man flying with a palm strike. However, Qin Feng didn't do that because Qiao Shishir was still in the woman's hands. He was afraid that something bad would happen to Qiao Shishir, so he was willing to have a gun pointed at his head. Qin Feng was sure that he didn't know the scar-faced man or the woman in the leather jacket. They seemed to be in cahoots, so someone must have hired them to put on a show. Qin Feng saw through the scar-faced man's strength. A stage 2 inner chi martial artist was nothing in the martial arts world. But in front of ordinary people, a stage 2 inner chi martial artist was the best of the best. If the Scarface Man really was Qiao Shishir's secret admirer and kidnapped Qin Feng, then he didn't need a gun. In his eyes, Qiao Feng was an ordinary person, and the Scar-faced Man could kill him with a palm strike. The situation was too sudden, and there were many loopholes in the plan. Qin Feng didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, so he continued to observe the situation. The Scar-faced Man and the woman in the leather jacket fought for a while, but neither side was willing to let Qiao Shishir go. The Scar-faced Man suddenly sneered. "Girl, I respect that you are also a person who is infatuated with love and as loyal as your big brother. Let me give you an idea. Let's not make a choice, and let this playboy of yours decide. Let's see what he chooses." The woman in the leather jacket hesitated for a while, then clenched her teeth and yelled, "Fine, I'll listen to you this once." The Scar-faced Man's face was filled with a wicked smile. After acting for a long time, he had finally entered the most exciting part. "Brat, I'll give you a chance to live. Now choose. Do you want to live, or do you want Qiao Shishir to live? 2 lives, choose one." The Scar-faced Man increased the force of the gun in his hand and pressed it against the back of Qin Feng's head. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Were these people crazy? Haha, big brother, this is a good idea. This way of playing is really exciting. The woman in the leather jacket also laughed crazily. Some of the students, teachers, and leaders realized that this wasn't a joke. They were really going to kill someone. Some of them secretly took out their cell phones and prepared to call the police. "You damned old man in the crowd. What the hell are you doing? I'm telling you, if anyone dares to secretly touch her and call the police, I'll kill them first." The Scar-faced Man pointed his gun at the crowd, scaring the students into screaming. Many of them were already squatting on the ground, holding their heads in their hands. They were just kids. At this moment, those who secretly took out their cell phones secretly put them back into their pockets. The Scar-faced Man retracted his hand and continued to press the gun against Qin Feng's head. He said in a deep voice, "Brat, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Don't you like Qiao Shishir? Now is the time to show your true love. Do you want her dead, or do you want to live?" Qin Feng hastily said, "Don't shoot me first. I'm a teacher in this school, and my students like me very much. Why don't I find another student to exchange for me and help you find a new hostage?" Qin Feng's gaze fell on the students. None of them stepped forward to exchange for Qin Feng as a hostage. Instead, all of them took 3 steps back in unison. "Ha ha ha. How can you be a good teacher in the eyes of the students? Bullshit. Don't waste my time. If you don't make a decision in 3 seconds, I'll shoot you." The Scar-faced Man was amused by the students' behavior, so he increased the strength of his gun. In the crowd, Xiao Lei and Gao Tianyao were so agitated that they almost screamed out loud. This was the trap they had set up for Qiao Feng. They believed that Qiao Feng would choose to live on his own, and if that happened, Qiao Feng's reputation would be ruined. 3. The Scar-faced Man began to count. The entire gymnasium was dead silent. Only the sound of the wind and the Scar-faced Man's hellish voice could be heard. 2. Qiao Shishir began to struggle with all her might. Without her ability to sense all things, she was just a weak little girl. Qiao Shishir couldn't use her summoning ability in school. She was afraid that she would scare the students and teachers. Moreover, the Scar-faced Man was holding a gun. Even if Qiao Shishir summoned a dozen stray dogs to bite the Scar-faced Man, she might not be able to save Teacher Qiao Feng. "Teacher Qiao Feng, please let me die. You know I'm tired of living." Qiao Shishir's ethereal voice drifted into everyone's ears. Tears welled up in the eyes of many students. Qiao Shishir had no friends and lived her life alone. It was not easy for her to get to know Qiao Feng, a man who could understand her, sense her summoning ability, and even enter the realm of creation. Xiao Shi gradually treated Qiao Feng as a friend, the only friend she had in her life. Qiao Shi's friend even bought a complete set of home appliances for her. He knew that Xiao Shi was wearing too little, so he bought her all kinds of warm and beautiful cotton-padded clothes. Xiao Shi didn't want to see Qiao Feng die because of her. 1. The scar-faced man didn't seem to hear Qiao Shi's cry. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Whether it was teacher Qiao Feng or Qiao Shi, they liked both of them very much. If they had to die alone, they hoped that teacher Qiao Feng would die. Stop right now. I'm the principal of Provincial Capital University, Wang Zhonghua. My friend, please don't be impulsive. This is just an emotional dispute. We can sit around a mahjong table and peacefully play mahjong while we solve this problem. Why do we need to use a gun? Wang Zhonghua was so scared that he jumped out. He had no choice but to step forward because he, as the principal, would bear the greatest responsibility if there was a murder in the school. When the scar-faced man learned that the person who jumped out was the principal, he couldn't remain calm. His gaze drifted into the crowd and looked in Gao Tianyao direction. Gao Tianyao didn't expect Wang Zhonghua to come here for no reason. However, since the situation had developed to this point, Gao Tianyao wouldn't give up so easily. He shook his head at the scar-faced man. Stupid old man, I don't care who you are. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll shoot you first. After receiving Gao Tianyao's order, the scar-faced man became arrogant again. He aimed the black muzzle of his gun at Wang Zhonghua. Wang Zhonghua was so scared that he fell to the ground. Don't shoot. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed. Wang Zhonghua saw that he couldn't persuade the kidnapper, so he didn't dare to say anything else. After all, he only had one life, and no one wanted to die just like that. The atmosphere in the gymnasium became even more oppressive. Qiao Shi burst into tears and shook her head with all her might. When the scar-faced man saw that more and more people had gathered, he lost his confidence. He wanted to end the performance as soon as possible. P.S. Thank you, little friend Xianyan, for your tips. Thank you, big brother, Uncle Not Cute, for your tips. His monthly votes have been a bit dismal these past 2 days. He's been hanging at the 10th place on the monthly votes ranking, and it's going to drop any time. Friends who have monthly votes, please vote for him. Give him some motivation so that he can perform better. Chapter 617. Bastard, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last second to think. If you don't make your choice, I'll make the choice for you. I'll shoot you dead and be done with it. Scarface's cold voice echoed in the field. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for Professor Qiao Feng. Arg, kill me. Hurry up and kill me. How can I watch my student die in front of me? As a responsible teacher, I don't care if I die. I'll be a hero again after 18 years. My glorious history will be remembered by the students, and my heroic deeds will be recorded in the history of Provincial Capital University. Kill me. Qiao Shi. I hope I can meet you again in my next life. Don't feel guilty because I'm your friend and I'm very happy. Qin Feng's crazed screams touched the hearts of thousands of students. 2 streams of tears rolled down Qiao Shi's cheeks. She had never had a true friend in her life, but at this moment she knew she had a true friend. Unfortunately, this friend of hers was going to die. What a painful realization this was. Don't hurt our Professor Qiao Feng. You bastard. Let him go. Professor Qiao Feng, you can't die. You still have a lesson to teach about picking up girls. The students' cries rang in the air. The leather-clad woman and Scarface were dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Feng helplessly. The script wasn't supposed to be like this. Shouldn't this bastard be scared witless, shivering, and losing control of his bowels before choosing to live on his own? How are we supposed to continue acting if you keep changing the script? Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kill me. Qin Feng was agitated and begged for death. Qin Feng had noticed that Scarface was a Stage 2 inner Qi martial artist. How could he kidnap him with a gun? Therefore, Qin Feng had already guessed that the gun was fake. Qin Feng also spotted Xiao Lei and Gao Tianyao among the crowd. When he saw their expressions change from excitement to disappointment and anger, Qin Feng could roughly guess the mastermind behind this incident and their plan. Qin Feng was grateful to Gao Tianyao and Xiao Lei in his heart. He was worried about how he could gain Xiao Shishi's trust and complete the system's mission. These two people took the initiative to help Qin Feng arrange a bitter drama. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest. Obtain Xiao Shishi's trust. You have successfully obtained Xiao Shishi's trust and become Xiao Shishi's confidant. The system rewards host Qin Feng 30,000 Hedonist points and automatically activates the Heavenly Fortune Cave Pavilion. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued an SSS rank quest. Help Xiao Shishi complete her revenge plan and revive the Spirit Beast Master Clan. The mission has no time limit. If host Qin Feng completes the mission, the system will reward host Qin Feng 100,000 Hedonist points, a purple grade spiritual equipment lottery ticket, a Star Technology lottery ticket, and a Palace of Heroes lottery ticket. If host Qin Feng fails the mission, 200,000 Hedonist points will be deducted, and host Qin Feng will not be able to access the Star Technology interface. While Qin Feng was thinking about Xiao Shishi's mission, the system beeped. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow when he saw the new mission. Xiao Shishi's revenge plan? She was such a kind girl. What kind of enemy would she have? Scarface came back to his senses. He was so angry at Qin Feng that he wanted to vomit blood. He was about to call it a day, collect his money, and go for a foot bath. But Qin Feng suddenly changed his mind. Damn it, don't talk nonsense with me. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Have you thought it through? Scarface angrily gripped his gun and placed his index finger on the trigger. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They might not be able to see the panting teacher, Xiao Feng, again in the next second. Why are you so long-winded? If you want to kill me, be more straightforward. Don't tell me you don't know how to use a gun. Do you want me to teach you? Or could it be that your pistol is fake? Are you teasing us here? Qin Feng roared, shoot him. Scarface's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling that the gun in his hand was a fake. Did Xiao Feng see through it? According to the script Gao Tianyao gave to Scarface and the leather-clad woman, Xiao Feng would choose to live. But now, Xiao Feng was begging for death. Scarface was stumped. Don't shoot. I am willing to replace Xiao Feng as the hostage. Just when everyone was at a loss, the blonde Prince William stood up and slowly walked towards Scarface. Scarface was stunned. He didn't think there would be a student willing to die for Xiao Feng. Could this foreign student be Xiao Feng's boyfriend? Hey, don't come over. Stop right there. Scarface became nervous and shouted at Prince William with a Shaanxi accent mixed with Mandarin. But Prince William didn't stop. He looked at Qin Feng in confusion and asked, "What did Xiao Feng say?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Prince William, come over here. He said he's willing to exchange you for me as the hostage." Prince William believed him and quickened his steps towards the knife-scarred man. The knife-scarred man panicked and angrily glared at Qin Feng. He wanted to slap him to death. How could this person be so shameless? You idiot. Don't come over. I said don't bang. Before Scarface could finish yelling, he suddenly fell to the ground. Prince William withdrew his hand and smiled at Qin Feng. "Teacher Xiao Feng, I must have startled you just now. I've learned some martial arts since I was young, and I can kill hooligans with one hit." Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Scarface was a Stage 2 inner Qi martial artist. He didn't expect Prince William to knock him out with one hit. Prince William wasn't as powerful as he was at Ghost Mountain. It seemed that this brat had broken through again. But the William family was a clan of mutants. Prince William's attack was very strange. Qin Feng saw a blue light flash in Prince William's palm as if it was covered with a layer of ice. Qin Feng's heart was heavy. It seemed that this mission was more difficult than he imagined. Qiao Feng, are you okay? Prince William waved his hand in front of Qin Feng when Qin Feng didn't speak. Qin Feng quickly came to his senses. Oh, I'm just a little shocked. I haven't recovered yet. Qin Feng pretended to be scared and patted his chest. Prince William said a lot of comforting words to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was confused. Don't tell me this guy really fell for me? You bastard. How dare you kidnap our Qiao Feng? You're asking for a beating. I've always disliked you. If you kidnap Qiao Feng for another second, I'll fight you to the death. Yes. If Prince William didn't make a move just now, I'll make a move. Scarface fell to the ground. The gun in his hand had fallen a few meters away and was no longer dangerous. The students who hadn't even dared to let out a fart all rushed forward, surrounding the unconscious Scarface and stomping on him violently, causing him to wake up. College students were an impulsive bunch. When they were impulsive, they acted as if they were on steroids. The scene had turned into a frenzy, and the stray dogs were barking in fear. The teachers and school leaders wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. They thought to themselves that they shouldn't scare these kids with graduation credits. They had to treat them better. Xiao Lei and Gao Tianyao were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They didn't expect their meticulous plan to end up like this. The woman in leather had witnessed the madness of college students. She was so scared that she dropped her dagger and ran for her life. She didn't even ask Gao Tianyao for his appearance fee. Qiao Feng, are you okay? Qin Feng looked at the students beating up Qiao Shishir, but he didn't stop them. Qiao Shishir suddenly ran to Qin Feng, grabbed his arm, and started checking his body. As the prettiest girl in the medical college, Qiao Shishir's every move touched the hearts of thousands of students. When they saw the pure goddess in everyone's hearts sticking to Qiao Feng with a concerned and shy expression on her face, they felt as if their hearts had been hollowed out. Another innocent girl had fallen into the devil's claws. Sure, I'm fine. Are you okay? That bastard tried to kidnap you with a dagger. I'm so angry. Qin Feng put on a concerned and angry expression. His big hand had already reached for Qiao Shishir's neck. Qiao Shishir's skin was as white as snow. It was smooth and soft like a freshly peeled egg. Qiao Shishir only regained her senses after Qin Feng had touched her neck once. She was so scared that she took a step back. Qiao Feng, I'm fine. Don't worry. Qiao Shishir was so nervous that her little heart was beating wildly. This was the first time a boy touched her neck. In the next second, a trace of disappointment flashed across Qiao Shishir's beautiful eyes. She suddenly remembered that Qiao Feng wasn't the first man to touch her. That hateful Qin Feng was the first. Suddenly, Qiao Shishir hated Qin Feng because she felt that she had fallen in love with Qiao Feng. Ahem. Don't be nervous, Shishir. I'm just concerned about your safety. I don't have any ulterior motives. Qin Feng had just gained Qiao Shishir's trust, so he didn't want her to label him as a pervert so soon. Qiao Shishir's pretty face blushed. There was still a trace of melancholy in her eyes. She nodded and said softly, Professor Qiao Feng, I'm a little tired. I'll take a leave of absence from your class. I'll go back and rest now. Qiao Shishir left without hesitation. Her frail figure was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world, lonely and desolate. Qin Feng was fascinated by Qiao Shishir's retreating figure. This girl's mood was unpredictable. Even Qin Feng couldn't figure out what she was thinking. While Qin Feng and Qiao Shishir were flirting, the students of Provincial Capital University had tortured Scarface to the point that he was covered in cuts and bruises. When Qin Feng looked at the ground again, He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What's going on with the dozen or so stray dogs hugging Scarface's body? Scarface was beaten awake from unconsciousness, then beaten back into unconsciousness. Chin Fong originally wanted to kick him a few more times. Who asked you to fucking point a gun at his head? However, when he saw Scarface's bloodied body, Chin Fong didn't have the heart to do so. The leather-clad woman didn't manage to escape. She was dragged back by the dozens of female students. It was Chin Feng's first time witnessing a fight between girls. The scene was even crueler than Scarface's. He could only hear the screams of the female students as they tore at the leather-clad woman's body. Bitch! How dare you frame our Professor Chiao Feng? Look at your face. Are you insulting Professor Chiao Feng's taste? I'll crush your nipple. Chin Feng was scared away by the screams of the female students, and so were the male students. Gao Tianyao and Xiao Lei were nowhere to be found. The teachers and university leaders shook their heads and sighed. Most of them left as well. Wang Zhonghua and some university leaders stayed behind. They had already called the police and were waiting for the police to arrive to hand over the matter. Because of this sudden farce, Wang Zhonghua had Chin Feng cancel the next 2 classes and arrange for counselors to escort the frightened students back to their dorms to rest. Professor Chiao Feng, wait for me. Chin Feng didn't have any classes and was about to return to Yan Wu Shuang's villa when he heard Prince William's voice. Chapter 618. Chin Feng stopped and turned to look at Prince William. Prince Wei, what's the matter? Prince William stopped in front of Chin Feng and looked at Chin Feng in surprise. He had stepped forward to save Chiao Feng's life when thousands of students had retreated. How could teacher Chiao Feng act as if nothing had happened? He didn't even say a word of thanks, as if sensing Prince William's confusion. Chin Feng smiled apologetically and said, By the way, Prince Wei, thank you for saving me just now. However, Teacher Chiao Feng is a clean man and only earns a meager salary every month. Even if you ask me to borrow money, I don't have it. Prince William's mouth twitched violently. What was he talking about? The reason why Prince William saved Chin Feng this time was to curry favor with him. A few days ago, Professor Mike had told Prince William about Chiao Feng's importance. If he could bring Chiao Feng back to the William family's base and have him serve the William family, then the William family's strength would increase rapidly. Teacher Chiao Feng, you must have misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to borrow money. I want to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? Prince William was very gentlemanly. In addition, he was tall and burly, and he had the aura of a prince. If these words were said to a girl, that girl would probably faint from joy. Chin Feng's expression didn't change at all. He was even a little confused. Chin Feng appeared as Chiao Feng and didn't have much of a relationship with Prince William. Prince William had saved him and taken the initiative to treat him to a meal. Chin Feng's hair stood on end. Don't tell me he wants to sleep with me? No, don't tell me this guy knows I'm Chin Feng. No matter which guess it was, Chin Feng felt a bit uneasy. However, on the surface, he said calmly, Student Prince Wei, you just saved my teacher's life. Logically speaking, I should be the one treating you to a meal. Why are you so polite to me? We didn't know each other before, right? Chin Feng asked Prince William tentatively. Prince William laughed awkwardly, haha. Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of teacher Chiao Feng laughing at me. Although we didn't know each other before, the other students at Provincial Capital University seemed to reject me. Only teacher Chiao Feng was friendly and took care of me. I've just arrived and will be staying here for a few years, so I want to have a good relationship with teacher Chiao Feng. I hope teacher Chiao Feng can give me some pointers in the future. Chin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As for why the students of Provincial Capital University hated Prince William, Chin Feng pretended not to know anything. So that's how it is. I believe that if you stay in school for a long time, your classmates will slowly get to know you and like you. As your teacher, I will take care of you. You don't have to worry about that. Qin Feng patted Prince William's shoulder as if he was a teacher. Prince William was touched and nodded. Thank you, Teacher Qiao Feng. I heard that 3 or 4 classes have been cancelled. Why don't I treat you to a cup of coffee now? Prince William wanted to rope in Qiao Feng. He had some secrets that he wanted to tell Qiao Feng in a quiet place. This big field was obviously not a good place to talk. Qin Feng used the identity of a teacher to infiltrate Provincial Capital University in order to investigate the William family. Prince William was definitely one of the members sent by the William family, and Qin Feng wanted to get close to him. Hee. All right, let's find a place to sit. Qin Feng agreed. Prince William was excited and was about to leave with Qin Feng when Wang Zhonghua ran over. Teacher Qiao Feng, are you going to leave now? Principal Wang, Prince Wei saved my life just now. I want to treat him to a cup of coffee. Qin Feng said to Wang Zhonghua with a smile. Is that so? But the police will be here soon. Qiao Shishir has already left, and you are the other victim. Do you want to stay behind to give a statement? Wang Zhonghua looked at Qin Feng awkwardly. Qin Feng's priority was to investigate the William family. He didn't have the time to give a statement. He put on an impatient expression and said, Principal Wang, can you find any student to pretend to be the victim and let them say a few words? I'm leaving with Prince Wei. Qin Feng left without any hesitation. Wang Zhonghua shouted at Qin Feng a few times, but it was useless. Wang Zhonghua was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Qin Feng. However, he couldn't do anything to Qiao Feng, who asked Qiao Feng to be the school's most popular teacher. Many schools had begun to secretly pay a high price to poach Qiao Feng. Principal Wang didn't dare to offend this great Buddha. Qin Feng walked halfway, then turned around and ran back. Both Prince William and Wang Zhonghua were puzzled. Teacher Qiao Feng, if you have something to do, go do it. I'll help you deal with the police. Wang Zhonghua's cold expression immediately blossomed like a flower, and he looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng's impatient expression also disappeared. His eyes sparkled as he stared fixedly at the policewoman who was walking over. The policewoman wore a neat and tidy police uniform. Her long hair was braided at the back of her head. She was tall and slender, and she looked valiant and formidable. She had already attracted many students' attention. Haha, what are you saying, Principal Wang? I was the victim just now, so of course I have to personally come out and cooperate with the police investigation. How could I trouble Principal Wang to help me deal with the aftermath? Wang Zhonghua didn't know what to say. Qin Feng went from east to west, then to west. He didn't know which sentence was true. At this time, the valiant and formidable policewoman arrived at Wang Zhonghua's side. Her beautiful brows were slightly raised, and her voice was cold but pleasing to the ear. Excuse me, are you Provincial Capital University's Principal Wang? Seeing the policewoman, Wang Zhonghua's eyes lit up. This woman was beautiful, tall, and had a good figure. She also exuded an air of righteousness. She was truly a rare beauty. I am. I was the one who reported the case in front. 2 criminals broke into the school and almost hurt one of our teachers and one of our students. Wang Zhonghua gave a brief account of what happened. The 2 subordinates behind the policewoman were using pens to make simple notes. Did the 2 criminals escape? Are the student and teacher who were kidnapped okay? The policewoman inquired. The criminals didn't escape. They were captured by our university's heroic students. The student who was injured was frightened and has been sent home to rest. The teacher who was injured is also fine. He's the teacher beside me. He's our medical college's gold medal lecturer. Even at this time, Wang Zhonghua didn't forget to praise Qiao Feng. Qin Feng ignored Wang Zhonghua. Ever since the policewoman appeared, Qin Feng's gaze fell on her and couldn't move away. Lu Bingbing's line of sight shifted and fell on Qin Feng. Coincidentally, their eyes met. Is this the gold medal lecturer you were talking about? Lu Bingbing's voice was ice cold. A frosty expression appeared on her face because the way Qin Feng looked at her made Lu Bingbing very unhappy. It was as if he wanted to see through her clothes. Wang Zhonghua glanced at Qin Feng and jumped in fright. Qin Feng's eyeballs wished he could stick onto Lu Bingbing's body. He even had a vulgar expression like a pig head. Wang Zhonghua admitted that the policewoman in front of him was very beautiful and exquisite. But you can't express it so bluntly, can you? It's said that Professor Qiao Feng is the school's expert in picking up girls. But doesn't seem like it. Ahem. Professor Qiao Feng, Professor Qiao Feng. Wang Zhonghua hastily poked Qin Feng twice. Qin Feng recovered with great difficulty. He actually met Lu Bingbing. If there was no one around, Qin Feng would definitely go up and give her a bear hug and grope everywhere. Ha ha! Hello, hello. I'm Qiao Feng, a teacher at Provincial Capital University. I'm also the victim who was kidnapped just now. It's my honor to meet such a beautiful policewoman. I was frightened just now, and I'm very scared now. Can I hug the beautiful policewoman to comfort me? Qin Feng pretended to shiver in fear and reached out to hug Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing was so angry that she hastily retreated. She wished she could send Qin Feng flying with a kick. Wang Zhonghua was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Qin Feng was still alive and kicking a moment ago, and even had the mood to invite Prince Wei for coffee. But now he's scared like a little rabbit. Isn't this guy too wretched to pick up girls? Xiao Zhang, take the victim's teacher to the car. Xiao Lu, take the two criminals to the car. Lu Bingbing ignored Qin Feng and began to order her two subordinates. The two of them hurriedly went to work. Qin Feng was dragged by Xiao Zhang to the car. After every 3 steps, he would stop and turn back to smile at Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing was so angry that her chest rose and fell. Many of the spectating students swallowed their saliva. Professor Qiao Feng, didn't you say you were going to have coffee with me? Prince Wei's Chinese wasn't very good. He only realized the situation had changed when Qin Feng was dragged into the police car. Qin Feng suddenly saw Lu Bingbing, so how could he have the mood to drink coffee with Prince Wei? He waved his hand and said, Prince Wei, I have to cooperate with the police to record a statement. I'll look for you when I come back. Qin Feng and the two criminals were loaded into the car. Lu Bingbing got into another car. The car whizzed past and drove back to the police station. It was dark in the police station's interrogation room 3. Qin Feng sat on a wooden chair. Lu Bingbing suddenly turned on the table lamp and pointed it at Qin Feng. The light was so blinding that Qin Feng couldn't open his eyes. Name. Lu Bingbing's voice was cold and emotionless. Qiao Feng. Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing's handsome face through the gaps between his fingers. Qin Feng suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar. He remembered when he had just received the system. Sima Tu, Hao Yin, and Zhou Kai had set up a hangmen banquet at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Qin Feng had gone to the banquet by himself, and Zhang Biao had been captured and forced to fight underground. Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he had stepped in to help. In the end, he had a breakthrough in the fight and killed Hao Yun's bodyguard, Uncle Feng. Then, Lu Bingbing had appeared and captured Qin Feng. She had used the same interrogation method in the interrogation room. That was the first time Qin Feng had met Lu Bingbing. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. Thinking back, Qin Feng felt that it was quite funny. Age. I'm at the age to talk about marriage. I feel that I'm very compatible with you, Beauty. Beauty, do you want to consider me? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Bingbing. He wasn't afraid of Lu Bingbing's cold attitude. Bang! Lu Bingbing slammed her palm on the table. She was so angry that her chest rose up and down. Behave yourself, or else I won't go easy on you. Hurry up and tell me what you did. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Bingbing dumbly. Beauty, are you serious? I'm the victim. Lu Bingbing suddenly raised her head. She had really made a mistake. In a fit of anger, she had treated Xiao Feng as a criminal and interrogated him. Who told Xiao Feng to keep staring at Lu Bingbing and leave a bad impression in her mind? I know you're the victim. Do I need you to remind me of that? Lu Bingbing felt a bit awkward, but she still put on a strong front. But the way you interrogated me, it was clearly the same way you interrogate a criminal, right? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Bingbing. Chapter 619. Qin Feng didn't think that Lu Bingbing would still be so bad-tempered and unreasonable after being transferred to the capital. However, Qin Feng liked the willful and arrogant Lu Bingbing. Pretty lady, aren't you being unreasonable? As a police officer, you have to set an example. You can't abuse your personal feelings and bully poor commoners like us. Qin Feng said seriously. Lu Bingbing's face was cold, but she was still a very upright woman. She knew that she lost her head in anger and mistook Qin Feng for a criminal to interrogate. The two stared at each other for a while. Then Lu Bingbing said coldly, "Sorry, I was careless before. You're not a criminal. You're a victim, so I should treat you better." Qin Feng was stunned by Lu Bingbing's sudden admission of wrongdoing. Qin Feng was secretly delighted to see this girl's awkward expression. "Beauty, can't you just verbally apologize?" Lu Bingbing was naturally cold and arrogant. It was rare for her to lower her head and admit her mistake. Seeing that he didn't stop, Lu Bingbing angrily yelled, "Then what do you want?" Qin Feng smiled as he stared at Lu Bingbing's white shirt collar and said, "How about you let me hug you? I'm still a bit scared. I promise I won't say anything about you bending the law for personal gain." Lu Bingbing was furious. How was Xiao Feng afraid at all? This brat lied without batting an eyelid. "Impossible, stop pretending. You don't look scared at all." Lu Bingbing's voice was icy cold. "If you don't want a hug, then don't hug. How about a kiss?" Qin Feng looked like a rascal. Slap. Lu Bingbing was so angry that she almost smashed the wooden table with her palm. Qin Feng met Lu Bingbing's frosty gaze, but he wasn't afraid. He leisurely crossed his legs. "Dream on. I'm warning you, don't push your luck." Lu Bingbing was truly angry. Qin Feng also stood up. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Lu Bingbing, giving her a fright. In the next second, Lu Bingbing felt a strong arm tightly hugging her. A gust of hot air blew into her ear. "I'm going to push my luck." "What are you going to do about it?" "You let go of me. You bastard, I'll kill you with my spear." Lu Bingbing's catchphrase didn't change. She struggled with all her might. Lu Bingbing was now a stage 2 inner Qi martial artist. But she discovered that she couldn't break free from Xiao Feng no matter how hard she tried. Xiao Feng's damned perverted pig trotters were already groping all over Lu Bingbing's body. Ah. You pervert, let go, let go." Lu Bingbing was so anxious that she was about to go crazy. Ever since she became Qin Feng's woman, she had more self-respect and self-respect. Not to mention having an affair with other men. She didn't even talk to her male colleagues about work. However, Lu Bingbing was being hugged and groped by a stranger. She was about to go crazy. Lu Bingbing struggled more and more. She even kicked the table over. Qin Feng was worried that Lu Bingbing would get hurt, so he didn't dare to tease this strong-willed girl anymore. "Calm down, Bingbing. I'm Qin Feng." "Ah." Lu Bingbing jumped in fright and stopped moving. Xiao Feng's voice still echoed in her mind. It really was Qin Feng's voice. If he wasn't Qin Feng, why would he call her Bingbing? "Why, you're really Qin Feng." Qin Feng had already let go of her. Lu Bingbing crossed her arms and looked at Xiao Feng vigilantly. Qin Feng put away the sacred azure battle armor and returned to his original appearance. His chiseled and resolute face appeared in front of Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing looked at Qin Feng and didn't speak for a long time. It was as if she had lost her soul. When Qin Feng saw the mist in Lu Bingbing's eyes, he felt sorry for her and pulled her into his arms. This time, Lu Bingbing didn't struggle. Instead, she pounded on Qin Feng's chest. "Damn man, stinky man, you bastard. Can you not change your appearance to scare me every time? Do you know that I was scared out of my wits just now?" Lu Bingbing turned from a cold and arrogant queen to a beautiful woman who complained. She seemed to have endless things to say. Her charming and coquettish expression made Qin Feng feel aroused. "Bingbing, I missed you so much. Let's start." Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Lu Bingbing's lily-white hand and lifted her up. Lu Bingbing screamed in fear. "Start what? Let go of me. There are surveillance cameras in here." Qin Feng wasn't worried at all. He laughed and said, "I've already blocked the surveillance cameras. Otherwise, your colleagues would have seen you acting coquettishly in my arms just now. Do you still have the face to stay in the police station?" Qin Feng could imagine the shocked expressions of the police officers when they saw the ice goddess, Lu Bingbing, acting coquettishly. "Ah, you're crazy. You can't do whatever you want even if there are no surveillance cameras." Lu Bingbing screamed again. Qin Feng had already put her on a table, and Qin Feng pressed on top of her. Qin Feng hadn't seen Lu Bingbing for a long time. The last time they were intimate was 4 months ago in Feng Yunfun City. At that time, Lu Bingbing had sex with Qin Feng because she was poisoned by the Azure Sect's unfettered powder. Due to many reasons, Qin Feng didn't have the time to unleash his full power in the last battle. Qin Feng missed Lu Bingbing's taste very much. This time, Qin Feng couldn't suppress the desire in his heart anymore. Lu Bingbing screamed continuously, and Qin Feng became even crazier. Lu Bingbing's eyes gradually became misty, and she was at Qin Feng's mercy. Strange noises came from the room. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. When the fire was ignited, even a flood couldn't extinguish it. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Bingbing fell into Qin Feng's arms, panting. She stared at Qin Feng with hidden bitterness in her eyes. "Big pervert, now you feel good, right? Hurry and let go of my hands. I feel so uncomfortable when you tie me up with a belt." Qin Feng hurriedly unbuckled the belt on Lu Bingbing's hands. He laughed and said, "Uncomfortable? I saw that you were quite excited just now. Go die." Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng. Her gaze was so flirtatious that Qin Feng almost couldn't help but tie Lu Bingbing's hands again. "Stop fooling around. It's almost time for the interrogation. If you do it again, you'll be discovered." Lu Bingbing saw the fire in Qin Feng's eyes and hurriedly dissuaded him. Though Qin Feng was a bit reluctant, he was still someone who considered the big picture. He groped around Lu Bingbing's body for a while, then took the initiative to help Lu Bingbing put on her clothes. Lu Bingbing's face was cold and she didn't say anything. However, her heart was filled with warmth. She really liked this warm feeling. "Qin Feng, did you change your identity? I heard that you died." After Lu Bingbing put on her clothes, she looked at Qin Feng worriedly. She was saved by Qin Feng once when she was solving the case at Ghost Mountain in the provincial capital. At that time, Lu Bingbing saw Qin Feng's identity as Green Wolf. Therefore, when she saw the video of Green Wolf beating Qin Feng up, she didn't think that Qin Feng was really dead. She guessed that Qin Feng had changed his identity. Qin Feng stroked Lu Bingbing's hair as he said, "Of course I'm not dead. I faked my death on purpose. I'm now a member of the Dragon Sect. I came to the capital for a secret mission, so I changed my identity." Qin Feng didn't hide anything from Lu Bingbing, so he simply told her what happened. Lu Bingbing's sexy little mouth opened wide. She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. What did you say? You joined the Dragon Sect?" China's Dragon Sect was mysterious and unfathomable. As a police officer, Lu Bingbing had naturally heard of the Dragon Sect. Moreover, Lu Bingbing really liked being a police officer. When she was young, her dream was to join the Dragon Sect and get rid of the tyrants. Unfortunately, the requirements of the dragon sect were too high. Only martial artists at stage 4 and above were qualified to join. Lu Bingbing had practiced martial arts since she was young, but she was only at stage 2 now. I'm not officially a member of the dragon sect yet. I'll only be considered a member after completing this mission, Qin Feng explained. As for the difficulty of this mission and the insidious fights in the dragon sect, Qin Feng didn't say much. He was mainly afraid that Lu Bingbing would worry about him. Lu Bingbing seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed. Qin Feng, the person who defeated Southeast Tiger Uncle Fu and Capital Tiger Chi Wanjun at Devil Beast Mountain not long ago, was it really you? Qin Feng nodded. Yes and no. The light in Lu Bingbing's beautiful eyes dimmed a little. She pouted and said, What do you mean by yes and no? Lu Bingbing's current expression of complaint and coquettish couldn't be seen by normal people. Qin Feng couldn't help but kiss Lu Bingbing's lips. Lu Bingbing's beautiful face blushed slightly. She pretended to be indifferent and acted as if nothing had happened. I did defeat Capital Tiger Chi Wanjun, but I defeated him with Uncle Fu's help. Everyone in the ancient martial arts world thought that Green Wolf defeated Chi Wanjun and Yuan Fu by himself. However, the truth was that Qin Feng and Yuan Fu teamed up and crippled Chi Wanjun's cultivation. Without Uncle Fu's help, Qin Feng, who had temporarily raised his strength to stage 9 inner Qi with the help of the killer book, wouldn't have been able to defeat Chi Wanjun. How could the 5 tigers of China be so easily challenged? Lu Bingbing's expression changed unpredictably. In the end, she nodded in realization. Uncle Fu's identity had been exposed. He was Yuan Fu, one of the 5 tigers of China. Lu Bingbing had stayed in Acropolis City for a while, so she naturally knew that Uncle Fu was Qin Feng's bodyguard. Lu Bingbing could understand why Uncle Fu acted this way. Bingbing, what's with your expression? Why are you so disappointed when you heard that I teamed up with Uncle Fu to defeat Chi Wanjun? Qin Feng was puzzled when he saw the change in Lu Bingbing's expression. Lu Bingbing pouted again. Her brows inadvertently revealed a hint of charm. I thought you defeated 2 tigers by yourself. If that's the case, you would at least be a stage 9 external or stage 9 inner Qi expert. Then I can ask you to help me raise my realm. It turned out that after Lu Bingbing found out that Qin Feng had joined the dragon sect, she also wanted to join the dragon sect as soon as possible. That way, she could realize her dream and stay with Qin Feng. However, the most important thing to join the dragon sect was to raise one's realm. Hey, how can such a small thing stump your man? Tell me, what realm do you want to reach? Qin Feng patted his chest and said heroically. Lu Bingbing rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Clearly, she thought he was bragging. You're so annoying. I'm serious. If you keep acting like this, I'll ignore you for a month. Lu Bingbing was very stubborn when she was angry. If she said she would ignore you for a month, she would do it. Qin Feng flipped his hand, and a blood-red pill appeared in his palm. A medicinal fragrance filled the air, and the entire interrogation room was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. The pill seemed to be blood-red, and it shone brightly like flowing blood. Darling, what is this? Lu Bingbing covered her mouth in shock. She was so shocked that she even called Qin Feng darling. Qin Feng grabbed Lu Bingbing's hand and placed the pill in her palm. Lu Bingbing could even feel that the pill was freshly made. It still had a faint warmth. This is a blood qi pill. If you eat it, you might directly break through to stage 4 inner qi. At the very least, you'll be able to reach stage 3 inner qi. It'll also stabilize your strength at the peak of stage 3 inner qi. Qin Feng's expression was calm and collected. He wasn't putting on an act. Rank 2 blood qi pills were nothing to Qin Feng now. As a rank 4 alchemist, Qin Feng could refine a basket of blood qi pills at any time. Chapter 620. This is the blood chi pill. Lu Bingbing was shocked. Her jade-like hands trembled so violently that she almost dropped the blood chi pill. Lu Bingbing's family wasn't small, so she had a good understanding of the ancient martial arts world. Lu Bingbing knew how precious the blood chi pill was. It was a second-grade wonder pill, and it was very difficult for the big families in the secular world to get their hands on a second-grade wonder pill. Even if Lu Bingbing's family had the ability to get one, they would have to pay a high price. Big families usually valued males over females, and Lu Bingbing's family was no exception. Even though Lu Bingbing had been obsessed with martial arts since she was young, because she was a girl, her family didn't pay much attention to her cultivation. Lu Bingbing completely relied on her own comprehension and self-discovery. Now that she had stepped into stage 2 inner chi at the age of 25, she could be considered a genius martial artist. That's right, this is the blood chi pill. I didn't expect you to know about it, Bingbing. Qin Feng rested his hands on the back of his head, his expression relaxed. It was as if a blood chi pill was no different from a bag of spicy strips in his eyes. Lu Bingbing's body was filled with warmth. She remembered that on her 10th birthday, she had begged her grandfather to give her a blood chi pill as a birthday present. However, not only did her grandfather refuse to give it to her, he even reprimanded her. In order to break through to a higher realm, Lu Bingbing had suffered a lot in silence. None of the men of her generation in the clan were as talented as her in martial arts, but she had stepped into stage 3 inner chi after eating the blood chi pill. This made Lu Bingbing, who had been training hard day and night, feel very unfair, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, a fragrant blood chi pill was placed in Lu Bingbing's palm. It was a gift from her man. When Qin Feng gave the blood chi pill to Lu Bingbing, he didn't even frown. Even Lu Bingbing, who had 1,000-year heart of ice, felt her heart race. Smack! Qin Feng's face became wet and his expression froze. Did Lu Bingbing just kiss him? Am I dreaming? Bingbing! Qin Feng stared at Lu Bingbing in astonishment. He was dumbstruck. Lu Bingbing was amused by Qin Feng's silly look, and a myriad of flirtatious expressions flashed across her face. She suddenly hugged Qin Feng, and her sexy little mouth pressed against Qin Feng's ear as she blew hot air. "Darling, thank you for the blood chi pill." Qin Feng was excited and seething. He felt like even a cat wanted to be a bridesmaid for a mouse. Was the end of the world coming? Bing, bing. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but before he could finish, Lu Bingbing covered his mouth with hers. She wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and kissed him passionately for a while. Then she looked at Qin Feng shyly and said, "Don't ask too many questions and don't think too much. Just this once, and I'll still be the same as before." Qin Feng didn't know what Lu Bingbing was thinking. He guessed that it was because he was too ferocious, so Bingbing was still warm and excited. How could Qin Feng let go of such a rare opportunity? He hugged Lu Bingbing's slender waist and was about to kiss her again. Ka! The door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Lu Bingbing jumped in fright and hurriedly pushed Qin Feng away. The table Qin Feng was leaning on fell to the ground, and Qin Feng fell on his butt. "Director Lu, the two criminals confessed," they said. The person who came in was one of Lu Bingbing's subordinates. It was Xiao Zhang, who had pulled Qin Feng into the police car. Xiao Zhang was halfway through his sentence when he looked up at the scene in the interrogation room. He was so shocked that he forgot the second half of his sentence. Because of the battle between Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing, the interrogation room looked as if it had just been robbed by bandits. The table was toppled, the documents were scattered on the floor, and there were a few scraping marks on the floor. Xiao Zhang's throat moved, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He had long heard that Director Lu was fiery and cold, and that even the leader of the hooligans in the capital was afraid of Director Lu. Before, Xiao Zhang didn't understand how terrifying Lu Bingbing was, but today he finally understood. Was Director Liu interrogating him, or was she using one of the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty? No, that brat seemed to be a victim. What are you looking at? Hurry up and say what you want. Lu Bingbing mistakenly thought that Xiao Zhang had discovered her affair with Qin Feng. She hurriedly displayed an icy and domineering attitude in order to intimidate Xiao Zhang and prevent him from speaking nonsense. Xiao Zhang was so scared that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly said, "And nothing, I went to the wrong room. Director Liu, please continue. I didn't see anything." Xiao Zhang hastily closed the door and ran away. As he ran, he shouted in his heart, "Director Liu is too scary." Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing were stunned speechless. The ambiguous atmosphere was broken by Xiao Zhang's barging in. "Qin Feng, you should go back first. I have to work. I'll deal with those 2 criminals for you." Lu Bingbing was embarrassed. She was too embarrassed to look at Qin Feng. She was afraid that Qin Feng would laugh at her if he saw her blushing face. Qin Feng knew that the 2 criminals were hired by Gao Tianyao and Xiao Lei to put on a show. Qin Feng also guessed that they would never betray Gao Tianyao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live in the capital anymore. "All right, I'll come and find you when I'm free." Lu Bingbing personally escorted Qin Feng out of the police headquarters. Watching Qin Feng disappear into the crowd, Lu Bingbing felt a sense of loss and warmth in her heart. After leaving the police station, Qin Feng returned to Provincial Capital University. He had an appointment with Prince William. "Professor Qiao Feng, you're finally back. Did the police do anything to you?" As soon as Qin Feng reached the entrance of Provincial Capital University, he saw Prince William greeting him with a smile. "I'm the victim. The police have to protect me. Of course, they wouldn't do anything to me. Don't tell me you've been waiting for me at the entrance?" Qin Feng asked Prince William. This Prince William was too cordial. He had been waiting for him at the entrance. Qin Feng felt that there was something wrong with this kid. However, he couldn't figure out why Prince William was fawning on him. "Hee, I made an appointment with Professor Qiao Feng to have coffee today." "Of course. I'll wait for you here no matter how late it is." Prince William rubbed his hands and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. "Don't tell me this kid has taken a fancy to me. Prince William's action really touched me. Let's go for coffee." Qin Feng and Prince William chatted and laughed along the way. They arrived at a cafe near the campus. The cafe had 2 floors. Qin Feng and Prince William went up to the 2nd floor and chose a seat near the French window. Qin Feng sighed with emotion as he looked at the campus that was brimming with youthfulness. "Gentlemen, what would you like to drink?" A part-time female student walked over with a smile. "A cup of latte." Qin Feng said, "Me too." Prince William didn't seem to be here for coffee. He ordered a cup of coffee without even looking at the drink list. After the 2 of them ordered their coffee, the part-time female student left. Qin Feng and Prince William looked at each other and smiled. Qin Feng said, "I didn't expect Prince William to have the same taste as you. You like latte as well." Actually the coffee in China is not authentic. I feel the same no matter what kind of coffee I drink." Prince William said with a smile, "Professor Qiao Feng, do you like coffee? If you have the chance, you should go to the United States and try authentic coffee." Qin Feng couldn't guess the meaning behind Prince William's words, so he said, "If I have the chance, of course I would like to go. But it's very expensive to go abroad. A poor teacher like me can't afford it." Hearing that Qin Feng wanted to go to the United States, Prince William's eyes lit up. He said calmly, "Actually, it's not that expensive to go to the United States. I have Professor Qiao Feng to take care of me in China. If Professor Qiao Feng really wants to go, I can help you pay for the plane ticket. When you arrive in the United States, you can stay at my house. I can even be your tour guide. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Even the stupidest person could tell that Prince William was tempting Qin Feng to go to the United States. This made Qin Feng puzzled. What was this guy trying to do? Really? That's too much trouble for you, Prince William. Qin Feng pretended to be surprised. Prince William was also very excited. Professor, why would I lie to you? I haven't been back for more than half a year. I'm planning to go back to see my parents. Do you want to go with me? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with hesitation. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. I still think it's too much trouble for you, Prince William. I think it's better not to go. Qin Feng's sudden rejection made Prince William's heart sink. He felt that he was so close to succeeding. It was too much of a pity. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Qin Feng and Prince William didn't say anything. After a while, Prince William put down the stirring spoon in his hand. He looked at Qin Feng and said, Professor Qiao Feng, did you see how I defeated that robber today? Prince William's eyes lit up. Qin Feng didn't know what kind of wicked idea he had come up with, so he pretended to be stupid and shook his head. I don't know. Then, Professor Qiao Feng, do you think I'm amazing? Qin Feng hurriedly nodded. Amazing. I was scared to death at that time. I still can't recover from it. Professor Qiao Feng, you can actually become as amazing as me. Do you want to become stronger? Prince William was handsome and noble. His voice was full of magnetism. He constantly tempted Qin Feng as if he wanted to pull Qin Feng into a pyramid scheme. Qin Feng put on an innocent expression and looked at Prince William curiously. I don't understand what you mean. Make me stronger? How? Is it to eat, Brother Wei? Will there be any side effects? The corner of Prince William's mouth twitched. He almost fainted from anger. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's needle manipulation, which was very useful to the William family, Prince William wouldn't want to talk nonsense with this idiot. He would have frozen Qin Feng to death with a palm of ice. Prince William quickly calmed himself down. He lost his patience and said directly, Professor Qiao Feng, do you believe that mutants exist in this world? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Prince William to reveal this information to him. Qin Feng immediately put on a look of disdain and mocked. Classmate Prince Wei, don't joke around. It's a technological society now, and everything is based on science. You're already an adult. So how can you say such childish, retarded things? Prince William's eyes were burning with anger. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the coffee cup in front of him. The coffee, which was still steaming, cooled down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a coffee-colored ice cube. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned into an O shape. Of course, this was all an act. During the battle on Ghost Mountain half a month ago, Qin Feng had seen Prince William's ice ability. At that time, half of Qin Feng's body was frozen. If Qin Feng didn't have the Rat Halo's spear and the flame bomb to melt the ice, he wouldn't have the chance to sit here and drink coffee. Wow. Prince William, I didn't expect you to be a magician. How did you do it? Hurry up and teach me. I'll be able to pick up girls after I learn it. Crack. Prince William was so angry that he used too much force. The porcelain cup in his hand shattered into pieces. The coffee inside also turned into ice shards. Professor Qiao Feng, let me explain again. This is not magic or acrobatics. This is a mutant, an ice attribute mutant. Prince William said solemnly. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Qin Feng's expression also became serious. Mutant? Is there really such a thing in this world? Chapter 6:21. Of course. Qin Feng wanted to know the story of the metahuman clan. The reason why he pretended and acted earlier was to force Prince William to tell him about the metahuman clan. Prince William was delighted when he saw Qin Feng's interest. He felt that everything was under his control. He was proud of the fact that he was the master of the world. Just as Prince William was telling Qin from the story of the mutant families, two men dressed in luxurious clothes walked up to the second floor. They walked past Qin Fun and Prince William and sat down in a private room behind Qin Fun. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, the 2 men started to chat. "Young Master Yang, have you heard anything? Where are the 2 bitches, Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku, holding their concert?" The man who spoke was very fat. He was dressed in a burgundy suit that fit him well. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha when he smiled. Sitting opposite to the Maitreya Buddha was a man in a white suit. He was tall and slender, and his facial features were well defined. He was as handsome as a fresh meat in the film and television industry. Of course, he was not as handsome as Qin Feng. The concert must be held in Provincial Capital University. "I'm not sure if the concert will be held in the university's gymnasium." A murderous glint flashed across the man's eyes, but it did not escape the Maitreya Buddha's eyes. The 2 men were the young masters of the Lu and Yang clans, one of the 4 largest clans in the provincial capital. They were also the 2nd young masters of the 4 young masters of the provincial capital. The fat man who looked like the Maitreya Buddha was Lu Shu, and the handsome man in the white suit was Yang Ken, young Master Yang. "Are you still holding a grudge against me for what happened a month ago?" Lu Shu chuckled as he looked at Yang Ken. Yang Ken's face immediately darkened. 1 month ago, Lu Shu and Yang Ken had invited Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku for dinner. They even bribed their manager. Big sisterly. Initially, their plan was going smoothly. The 2 women were drugged with alcohol. Unfortunately, Zhang Kuku's body was filled with a bunch of lousy talismans. When they were thrown out, the talismans would catch fire. Yang Kan's entire body was set ablaze. If Lu Shu hadn't put out the fire on Yang Kan's body in time, Yang Kan would have been disfigured by now. "Willow Tree, I don't want to hear about that anymore." Yang Kan directly called Willow Tree's full name, which showed that he was really angry. Willow Tree smiled and didn't mention it again. "Okay, I won't mention it in the future. But this time, those 2 girls can't escape. When the time comes, young Master Yang will shoot more videos and send them out. It can be considered as getting back the capital, haha." Yang Kan sneered. Ever since Zhang could use the fireball charm to throw him into a sorry state, Yang Kan had been planning to take revenge on the 2 girls. This time, the opportunity had finally come. The 2 girls had nothing better to do and actually came to the provincial capital university to hold a concert. Yang Kan had already bribed some security guards and teachers at Kyoto University. He had also arranged a lot of subordinates in the stadium. As long as the 2 women held their concert in the stadium, Yang Kan was confident that he could make them his food the moment they went backstage. As long as those 2 bitches hold their concert in the stadium, they won't be able to escape. However, I won't let them escape from my palm if they hold their concert in other places," Yang Kan said in a deep voice. "By the way, we still need to be careful of that girl, Zhang Kuku. I don't know if she still has those strange talismans with her. We need to send some experts to deal with her." Lu Shu raised his eyebrows. The fat on his face was jiggling. "You don't have to tell me that. I've already arranged it." "Ha ha ha. Then I'll follow young Master Yang and freeload for free." The conversation between Yang Kan and Willow Tree was not loud. It was almost inaudible outside their private room. However, Qin Feng heard every word they said. "Professor Chiao Feng, are you listening to me?" Prince William thought that Qin Feng would be very interested in the topic of special abilities. However, Prince William realized that Qin Feng's mind had wandered off. Oh, of course I'm listening. Prince William, is what you said true? So, everyone in your family has special abilities? Prince William told Qin Feng many things about special abilities. However, Qin Feng could tell that more than half of it was fake. Prince William was only trying to lure Qin Feng to follow him to his family in America. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to tell Qin Feng the truth. Prince William did not even mention the name of the William family, let alone the number of people in the William family. Where is the base? The family was working on some kind of plan or something. Simply put, Prince William's information was useless to Qin Feng. Qin Feng almost fell asleep after listening to Prince William's information. After Willow Tree and Yang came over, Qin Feng began to eavesdrop on their conversation. Do you know why everyone in my family has special abilities? Prince William's tone suddenly became solemn and his expression became more solemn. Qin Feng was curious about this question. Could it be that the genes of the William family are different from ordinary people, born with a nest of metahumans? Before Qin Feng could speak, Prince William continued, because our family has developed a technology that can change the genes of the human body, allowing ordinary people to instantly possess special abilities. Qin Feng was shocked. If what Prince William said was true, then this kind of technology was really amazing. Is that true? I thought everyone in your family was born with special abilities. Prince William laughed. How can everyone in my family be born with special abilities? That would be a fantasy story. However, some people in my family were born with special abilities. Then, as the family slowly multiplied, some people began to research the reason for the appearance of special abilities. After decades of research, we have today's technology. Prince William spoke logically. Qin Feng did not know if what he said was true or false. Prince William, I didn't expect your family to be so powerful. What is your family called? Qin Feng took the initiative to ask for useful information. Prince William's expression changed, as if someone had touched his reverse scale. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled faintly. Hee. Teacher Qiao Feng, are you willing to go to America with me? Some things are not easy to say now. You will know when you get there. I can ask the family to train you to be a special ability user. You can also have ice attribute special abilities. Prince William began to tempt Qin Feng again. Qin Feng found that this guy was very cautious. After chatting with him for a long time, Prince William did not reveal any useful information. Qin Feng did not plan to ask anymore. If he asked too much, he would expose himself. Qin Feng suddenly stood up. His legs were unsteady, and he fell on the partition wall behind him. Boom! With a loud noise, the partition wall between Qin Feng and Yang Kan's private room collapsed. Yang Kan, who was sitting against the wall, fell to the ground. Damn! Isn't the decoration of this shop too lousy? Is this wall made of paper? Scared me to death. Qin Feng secretly used his inner qi to knock down the partition. He pretended to be frightened and stomped his feet angrily as he stood on the collapsed partition. Fatty Lu Shu had jumped out of the private room to avoid a disaster. However, Yang Kan was still in the private room and was under Qin Feng's feet. You get down now. You fucking stepped on young Master Yang. Lu Shu was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was still in a daze. He was drinking coffee with Yang Kan and fantasizing about pushing down Rao Sherman and Zhang Ku. Why did the wall suddenly collapse? Was it an earthquake? But why were the other private rooms unharmed? Qin Feng stopped, but he was still standing on top of Yang Kan. Qin Feng was wearing the 250-pound sacred azure battle armor. Yang Kan, who was under the partition, felt like he was being crushed by a small mountain. He couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. He wanted to curse, but he didn't have the strength. Are you talking to me? Qin Feng stared blankly at the willow tree. Lu Shu was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Is Yang Kan going to be trampled to death by this brat? If I'm not talking to you, do you think I'm talking to a dog? Or do you fucking not understand human language? Get down now. Lu Shu pointed at Qin Feng and scolded him. As one of the young masters of the capital, he was used to being arrogant and despotic. Qin Feng was also angry, but he refused to get down. He pointed at the dumbfounded Prince William and said, How dare you yell at me? Do you know who he is? Lu Shu was stunned. Normally, people would say, Do you know who I am? When they wanted to show off. This brat's way of showing off was a little unusual. Are you crazy? I don't care who he is. I'm reminding you out of goodwill that the person you're stepping on is young Master Yonkin, one of the 4 young masters of the capital. If you don't get down now, you'll have to collect your own corpse." Lu Shu glared at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear Lu Shu's threat. He introduced Prince William solemnly. "Let me tell you, this is my student, Prince Wei. Of course, this is not important. What's important is that he can perform magic. No, wait, he has a supernatural ability. He can release ice with one palm." Lu Shu was not scared. He was dumbfounded by Qin Feng's intelligence. Was this person really not crazy? Why does he speak without rhyme or reason? Lu Shu had already lost his patience. If Yonkin was really trampled to death by Qin Feng, Lu Shu would have to bear the responsibility. With a big stride, Lu Shu arrived beside Qin Feng and directly struck Qin Feng's chest with his palm. Bang! A slight, wind-breaking sound rang in the air. With Lu Shu's stage 3 inner qi, the power of his palm strike was not to be underestimated. It was absolutely no problem for him to kill an ordinary person. "You dare to touch Teacher Qiao Feng? You're courting death." Prince William was a little angry because Qin Feng had introduced him like a clown. He even asked him to perform the ability to shatter rocks with his chest. No, the ability to release ice with his palm. This was simply an insult to Prince William. As a man of the William family, which one of them was not arrogant and frivolous, if it was not for the fact that Qin Feng was a man who could use needle manipulation, Prince William would have already killed him with one palm strike. Not only did Prince William not kill Qin Feng, he was also forced to save Qin Feng. In his eyes, Teacher Qiao Feng was an ordinary person. He definitely could not withstand Lu Shu's palm strike. Buzz! A strange energy wave seemed to ripple in the surroundings. It was invisible to the naked eye, but Lu Shu and Qin Feng could feel it. Prince William did not approach Qin Feng. He still sat on the sofa opposite Qin Feng, but it was obvious that he had made a move. Lu Shu felt his speed and inner qi being suppressed. His punch, which originally weighed more than 150 kilograms, was less than 5 kilograms when it landed on Qin Feng's body. Bang! The punch landed on Qin Feng's chest with a soft, muffled sound. It was like a little girl pounding her boyfriend's chest when she was acting coquettishly. Lu Shu hurriedly looked at Prince William. He was dumbfounded. Qin Feng was also somewhat shocked. Was a mutant this powerful? "Hey, are you afraid now? I've already told you that my student is very powerful. Do you believe me now? Come, hammer my shoulders again. You don't have to hammer my chest anymore." Qin Feng suddenly said after regaining his senses. Chapter 6:22. Prince William's technique was broken, and the strange energy waves around him disappeared. Lu Shu felt the inner qi in his body had recovered. He quickly punched Qin Feng's chest for the second time. "How dare you insult me for giving you a massage? I will break your heart." Bang! The sound of wind breaking could be heard in the air. It was more violent than Lu Shu's punch. Prince William's eyes flashed with anxiety, and he quickly used his special ability. A strange energy wave appeared. Lu Shu's sandbag-sized fist started to slow down 20 centimeters in front of Qin Feng's chest. When it landed on Qin Feng's chest, it completely stopped. Bam! The sound of his fist landing was even fainter than last time. Qin Feng was instantly unhappy. "I say, you damn fatty, I asked you to massage my shoulders, but you had to hit my chest. Are you deaf?" Lu Shu's eyeballs almost popped out. As one of the 4 young masters of the capital city, he had never been bullied like this. Each of the 4 young masters of the capital city had a bottom line that could not be crossed. Lu Shu's bottom line was that he could not be called fat, not even similar adjectives. Even Yonkin would deliberately avoid this and not touch the willow tree's bottom line. Now that Qin Feng called him a damn fatty, Lu Shu had already regarded Qin Feng as a dead man. Bang! A muffled sound came from Lu Shu's fat body as if it had exploded. Qin Feng and Prince William knew very well that Lu Shu had released his inner qi and was ready to fight with his life. In the whole of China, no one has ever dared to call me fat. You brat die! Lu Shu roared. The muscles on his face trembled as he punched Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng stood still. He had already seen through Lu Shu's strength. He was only at stage 3 inner qi. Qin Feng was wearing the sacred azure battle armor, so he would be fine even if Lu Shu punched him 100 times. Moreover, Qin Feng believed that Prince William would help him. Sure enough, the strange energy wave appeared again. Prince William did not continue to sit in his original position. He leaped to Lu Shu's side and slapped his palm on Lu Shu's back. "Foreigner, you're courting death." Lu Shu felt the aura of death behind him. He had no time to think. He quickly retracted his fist and faced Prince William's palm. Bang! Neither of them flinched. Their fists and palms collided violently. Willow Tree's punch was very powerful, but Prince William was not injured at all. He did not even take a step back. Ta-ta-ta! On the other hand, Willow Tree retreated 3 steps and stood firmly next to Qin Feng. Under Willow Tree's feet was the collapsed gypsum partition. With a crack, Willow Tree seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking and Yang Can's blood-curdling screams. "Who are you?" The Willow Tree no longer cared about Yang Can, who was under his feet. Panic flashed in his eyes as he stared straight at Prince William. Prince William looked around. Many people were attracted by the commotion. Prince William looked a little uneasy. He had entered Kyoto University as a transfer student in order to secretly help Professor Mike and the other members complete the mission. Therefore, Prince William did not want to be the center of attention. He needed to keep a low profile to avoid being recognized. "It doesn't matter who I am. If you leave now, I can let you go." Prince William looked at the Willow Tree coldly. Willow Tree was one of the 4 young masters of the provincial capital. He had just announced his name, and he believed that many people in the cafe heard it. How could Willow Tree retreat? If he was scared away now, how could he have the face to stay in the provincial capital in the future? "Brat, if you don't leave your name today, don't even think about leaving. My Lu family and the Yang family under my feet are not pushovers." Willow Tree was a little afraid of Prince William's strange skills, but he still pretended to be calm. Prince William did not plan to offend the Lu family or the Yang family. He was also not afraid of the Lu family or the Yang family. The reason why Prince William made a move was because of that troublemaker, Qin Feng. Prince William was about to die of anger because of Qin Feng. "Teacher Qiao Feng, let's go. It's too noisy here. It's not suitable for chatting and drinking coffee." Willow Tree did not back down. Prince William could only leave by himself. He did not want to make a big deal out of this. That would not benefit him at all. Qin Feng and Prince William left under everyone's gaze. Willow Tree stared angrily at their disappearing figures, but he did not dare to stop them. That foreign devil was too strong. Ahem! Who the hell is standing on me? Hurry up and get out of my way. Willow Tree stood with his hands behind his back. He was thinking about Qin Feng and Prince William's identity when he suddenly heard Yang Ken scolding under his feet. Willow Tree hurriedly jumped to the side. He was so scared that his little heart was beating wildly. Crash! Yang Ken got up from the ground. The broken wooden boards and splinters that covered him were scattered all over the ground. Yang Can's handsome suit that was as white as snow had become dirty and torn. His specially styled hairstyle had also become a bird's nest. Those who didn't know better would think that he was here to collect junk. "Young Master Yang, why are you under the drywall? I looked for you for a long time. I thought you left me behind and ran away." Willow Tree pretended that nothing had happened. Yang Ken glared at him fiercely and roared, "Willow Tree, you're still pretending. Are you deliberately taking revenge on me because I slept with Yang Min? Just now, I felt like a small mountain was pressing down on my back. I couldn't even get up. Look around. In this shop, other than you, who else can step on you and make me unable to stand up? An ominous glint flashed in Willow Tree's eyes because Yang Can indirectly said that he was fat. Yang Can also realized that he had touched Willow Tree's bottom line. However, since he had already said it, Yang Can could not take it back. He pretended to stare fiercely at Willow Tree. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Not long ago, these two rich young masters were drinking coffee and having sex at night. How long had it been? Now, they looked like they wanted to kill each other. This was the upper-class, rich family. They could change at a whim. You actually slept with Yang Min? You're shameless. After a long silence, Willow Tree spoke first. The Yang Min they were talking about was the popular all-around female celebrity in film, television, and music. Yang Can's expression clearly froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. No way. I slept with her a month ago. You still don't know about this? Look at my quick mouth. This time I've let slip. Yang Can and Willow Tree looked at each other again. Suddenly, the two of them burst into laughter. Haha, young Master Yang, you're really romantic. Hurry and tell me, what does that little coquettish hoof taste like? Willow Tree took the initiative to hook his arm around Yang Can's shoulder. Yang Can backhandedly hooked his arm around Willow Tree's shoulder. Just one word, Saw. Seeing the two young masters face each other like frost for a while and arm around each other's shoulder for a while, the surrounding crowd's worldview was completely destroyed. They all dispersed. At this time, Willow Tree and Yang Can sat in the private room. Yang Can's entire body trembled. He abruptly broke free from Willow Tree. Young Master Liu, why are your hands so cold? Willow Tree seemed to have thought of something. He hastily yelled at Yang Can, Young Master Yang, quick! Quick! Take out your lighter and melt the ice on my hands. It's freezing. Yang Can looked at the thick layer of ice on Willow Tree's palms. He was shocked. While melting the ice on Willow Tree's palms with a lighter, he asked, Who are those two people? Willow Tree's expression became solemn. One of them should be an ordinary person, other than having a sharp tongue. He's practically a piece of trash. I can smash his head with one punch. The other one is a foreigner. His strength is very strange. He's the one who put this layer of ice on my hands. After Willow Tree's words, both of them fell into deep thought. After a while, Yang Can opened his mouth and said, Could these two people be related to Rao Sherman and Zhang? Cuckoo! That's impossible. I think it's just a coincidence, Willow Tree said. That's for the best. Let's not bother about them. According to the information I received, those two little beauties will arrive at Provincial Capital University tonight. Hee. Young Master Yang, let's keep the bodies of those two beauties for tonight. There's a grand show-off waiting for us tonight. Let's go look for some young models and socialites to play with first, Willow Tree said excitedly. Both of them laughed vulgarly. Qin Feng and Prince William were dissatisfied with their conversation at the coffee shop. Neither of them got what they wanted. Therefore, both of them remained silent and strolled around the campus. Suddenly, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Professor Qiao Feng, have you finished recording your statement? Is everything all right now? The caller was Wang Zhonghua. He spoke a lot of words of concern for Qin Feng. Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry, Principal Wang, Qin Feng said. It's my duty to worry about the teachers and students of Provincial Capital University. Please don't stand on ceremony with me, Professor Qiao Feng. Oh, right, Professor Qiao Feng, are you free now? I need your help with something. Qin Feng replied without hesitation. Principal Wang, I'm really sorry, but I'm very busy right now. I can't leave. Is that so? Sigh. Forget it then. The two superstars of the beauty duo have arrived at the university. I was thinking that Professor Chiao Feng and Professor Chang Xan could receive them if you're free. Principal Wang, I'll be at the university gate soon. Where are you? I'll go look for you now. Qin Feng changed his mind without hesitation. Wang Zhongguo was stunned for a few seconds before he regained his senses. Ah, I am also at the university gate. I see you. Wang Zhongguo was speechless when he saw Professor Chiao Feng sprinting towards him like a rabbit. Professor Chiao Feng is good at everything, but he can't resist a beauty. Prince William's mouth twitched violently when he saw Professor Chiao Feng. Today was a bad day for Prince William, so he planned to talk to Professor Chiao Feng in 2 days. If he kept on chasing after Professor Chiao Feng, it would only make Professor Chiao Feng suspicious. Professor Chiao Feng, Principal Wang, I'll go back to the dormitory first. Prince William came up and greeted the two of them. Principal Wang nodded at Prince William. Qin Feng's gaze was fixated on the street opposite the university. He didn't pay attention to Prince William at all. After Prince William walked for about 10 minutes, a black limousine slowly drove to Provincial Capital University and stopped at the university gate. 2 uniformed police officers got out of the car and stood on both sides of the door. After a while, a black crystal high heel peeked out of the car. On the high heel was a snow-white and delicate calf. It was slender and long like a tender lotus root. Rao Sherman walked out of the car in a black, elegant one-piece dress. She wore a pair of big sunglasses on her delicate little face and a lace hat on her head. Her whole person emitted a noble, elegant, and mysterious aura. After Rao Sherman got out of the limousine, she tilted her body slightly, but she didn't rush forward. Another pair of beautiful legs landed on the ground. A little beauty wearing a hip-hop hat, a loose yellow hoodie, a pair of blue denim shorts, and colorful cotton socks hopped out of the limousine. The little beauty looked around happily as soon as she got out of the limousine. She hopped around and whispered in Rao Sherman's ear. These 2 beauties were the members of the pretty girls group, Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Their arrival was very secretive. Only Principal Wang Zhongguo was informed of their arrival in advance. Both of them were dressed very mysteriously. They wore big sunglasses and a hat to cover their faces, and their heads were slightly lowered. Even if ordinary people saw them, they wouldn't think that they were members of the pretty girls group. Chapter 6:23. After the 2 girls alighted from the car, the 2 police officers stood in front and behind them to protect them. Although Wang Zhongguo was not familiar with the pretty girls group, he was able to guess the identity of the 2 girls based on their posture. HP //7726F7426F %6 Wang Zhongguo hurriedly welcomed them with a smile. Behind him stood the deans of the various theaters. You must be Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku, right? Wang Zhongguo purposely lowered his voice as he was afraid that the students would overhear him. If that happened, the situation would get out of hand. Zhang Kuku looked at Wang Zhongguo and the few old-timers behind him with interest. She and Rao Sherman graduated from the Arts Department of Provincial Capital University. Naturally, they knew these leaders. Long time no see, Principal Wang. You still look like Zhao Benshan. When I saw Uncle Benshan last time, I showed him your photo. Uncle Benshan said that you're his long-lost younger brother. He said that he'll come to Provincial Capital University to look for you when he's free. He. Zhang Kuku was cheerful and lively. She spoke without thinking. Wang Zhongguo's smile froze on his face. Rao Sherman quickly said, Kuku, don't be disrespectful to Principal Wang. Principal Wang, Kuku has always been like this. You should know her better. Wang Zhongguo regained his senses and laughed. I know her better. She used to piss us off every day when we were still in school. Zhang Kuku pouted when she heard Wang Zhongguo bad-mouthing her. She complained, Sherman, I'm just telling the truth. I'm not the only one who said that. The students in our cohort said that Principal Wang has a long stutter and is a little abnormal. Oh, right, Sherman, you said it too. Zhang Cuckoo didn't care about their expressions. She couldn't stop talking. Rao Sherman and Wang Zhonggua's mouths twitched violently. Both of them wanted to tape Zhang Cuckoo's mouth up. The leaders behind Wang Zhonggua wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Their faces were flushed. The atmosphere was instantly ruined by Zhang Cuckoo's words. No one knew what to say. These two are the superstars Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo. Huh, it's you? The atmosphere was in a deadlock when Qin Feng suddenly jumped out. He wanted to make a cool entrance and introduce himself in a unique way, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Cuckoo. Isn't this the bitch who stole my talisman at Yulin Street? Qin Feng's piercing gaze sent chills down Zhang Cuckoo's spine. Zhang Cuckoo hastily covered her chest and hid behind Rao Sherman. She glared at Qin Feng and yelled, "Hey, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll call the police and have you arrested." Wang Zhonggua was speechless when he saw the look in Qin Feng's eyes. When Qin Feng first saw Lu Bingbing, he looked as if he couldn't even walk. Now that he saw Zhang Cuckoo, his condition worsened. Can't you be more reserved? It would be nice to keep this vulgar excitement to yourself like me. The other school leaders were also secretly shaking their heads. They all thought that teacher Qiao Feng's infatuation was acting up again. You know Zhang Cuckoo? However, Rao Sherman saw something fishy in his eyes. Qin Feng's gaze wasn't infatuated. Instead, there was a hint of anger. Ah, who doesn't know Zhang Cuckoo? She's a superstar. Qin Feng regained his senses. He was now Qiao Feng, and he almost gave himself away due to his excitement. Zhang Cuckoo's mood improved after being praised by Qin Feng. She snorted coldly and said, "Humph. You're quite observant, aren't you? Forget it. I'm kind, beautiful, and have a sweet tongue. I won't argue with you any more." Zhang Cuckoo had a good sense of herself. Once she became narcissistic, even Qin Feng would have to admit defeat. The corner of Wang Zhonggua's mouth twitched subconsciously. Who was the one who said, "I look like Zhao Benshan just now"? You call that a sweet tongue? The group of school leaders and Qin Feng greeted Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo stepped into the entrance of Provincial Capital University. Then she looked at the two police officers behind her and said, "Sorry for troubling you. Cuckoo and I will be under the protection of the principal. You may leave now. Goodbye, Uncle Police." Zhang Cuckoo saluted the two police officers mischievously and stuck her tongue out at them. The two police officers left, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Rao Sherman, I've arranged your dormitory. It's the same dormitory that you used to live in when you were in school. There are no students living in that building now. However, the delegation from the St. Medical Institute of the USA will be staying in that building. Do you mind?" Wang Zhonggua thought Zhang Cuckoo's mouth was too sharp, so he asked for Rao Sherman's opinion and pretended not to see Zhang Cuckoo. "You're too kind, Principal Wang. Cuckoo and I have no objections." Rao Sherman's mind was filled with memories when she returned to Provincial Capital University. She was very satisfied that she could stay in the dormitory that she used to live in when she was in school. Zhang Cuckoo clapped her hands and cheered. She mumbled a bunch of alien language, but no one understood what she was saying. She sounded like a little monk chanting scriptures. Rao Sherman asked, "Principal Wang, Cuckoo and I have temporarily resigned from our managers due to some personal circumstances. We'll be holding a concert at the university and we'll need 2 assistants to help us. Do you have any arrangements for us, Principal Wang?" Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo were betrayed by Big Sis Li half a month ago and were almost bullied by Lu Shu and Yang Ken. After that incident, both of them fired Big Sis Li and had yet to find a reliable manager. Therefore, Rao Sherman told Wang Zhonggua about this before she came to the university. Rao Sherman believed that with Principal Wang's ability, he would definitely make the necessary arrangements. However, Rao Sherman hadn't seen a single woman since she arrived at the university. She couldn't possibly ask those old men to be her and Zhang Kuku's personal assistants, right? Hee. Rao Sherman reminded me about this, so I've made the necessary arrangements. Oh, this is one of the assistants, selected by the university. I forgot to introduce him to both of you. He's Professor Chiao Feng. Professor Chiao Feng defeated the St. Medical Institute's delegation single-handedly during the exchange meeting. He's definitely an honorary teacher of Provincial Capital University. Wang Zhonghua praised Qin Feng in a timely manner. This time, Qin Feng was very satisfied. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku's jaws dropped at the same time. Zhang Kuku exclaimed, when did this teacher come? Why haven't I seen him before? Wang Zhonghua and the other leaders almost fell to the ground. Once again, they experienced the power of Zhang Kuku's vicious tongue. It was simply invincible. However, although Zhang Kuku had a vicious tongue, what she said was the truth. The leaders also felt that Professor Chiao Feng's appearance was too ordinary. Even now, some of them still couldn't recall Professor Chiao Feng's appearance with their eyes closed. When Wang Zhonghua saw Qin Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, he couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly stepped forward to mediate. Zhang Kuku, how could you not know Professor Chiao Feng? Just now, he even praised you for your great reputation. Zhang Kuku's eyes lit up. Whenever someone praised her, she would dance with joy. Oh, I remember now. So you were the one who praised me just now. Why do you look so ordinary? No. Let me take a few more glances at you. How can I forget your appearance so quickly? Zhang Kuku's incessant chatter made Qin Feng's mouth twitch. He didn't want to speak because he had nothing to say. Rao Sherman had been with Zhang Kuku for a long time, so she was used to this girl's crazy personality. Rao Sherman furrowed her brows and said, Principal Wang, why? Why did you find a male assistant for Kuku and me? Isn't this a little inconvenient? Of course. Wang Zhonghua did not only look for Qin Feng, but also Professor Chang Xan. But why hasn't Chang Xan arrived yet? Of course not. I've also found a female teacher. She has a good personality and is well liked by the students. I believe she will take good care of both of you if she's your personal assistant, Wang Zhonghua explained. Then where is she? Why don't I see her? Rao Sherman asked. Before Wang Zhonghua could answer, a hoarse voice came from the crowd. She's here. Professor Chang Xan is here. The crowd looked toward the source of the voice and saw Chang Xan, who was dressed in a professional black silk suit, walking toward them. Principal Wang, I'm so sorry. I didn't have any classes this afternoon, so I went home. You suddenly told me that you're going to receive a superstar, so I rushed here immediately. Unfortunately, there was a traffic jam on the way, so I was delayed. Chang Xan was tall and sexy. Many old men in the administration group stole glances at her. Chang Xan explained why she was late. Then she looked at Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku and said with a smile, Ah, you must be Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Nice to meet you. My name is Chang Xan and I'm your receptionist. I'll take good care of both of you while you're in Provincial Capital University. In fact, I'm also your fan. Chang Xan loved to listen to the songs of the pretty girls group. Their songs allowed Chang Xan to regain the youthful dreams and carefree life she had when she was a student. Both Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku liked Chang Xan very much. They took the initiative to shake hands with Chang Xan and greet her. Surprisingly, Zhang Kuku, the sharp-tongued woman, did not say anything bad about Chang Xan. Perhaps it was because Chang Xan was too perfect that Zhang Kuku did not have anything to say to her. After a round of greetings, Chang Xan finally noticed Chiao Feng. She did not expect Chiao Feng to be here as well, so she asked, Principal Wang, Why is Teacher Chow Feng here? Hee. Teacher Chang Xin, I forgot to tell you that you have a partner, Teacher Chow Feng. He will be working with you to take care of Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo for the next few days. No way. Rao Sherman, Zhang Cuckoo, and Chang Xin rejected Wang Zhonggua's offer in unison. How could Rao Sherman allow a man to be her personal assistant? She was not used to it. Suddenly, Rao Sherman remembered that 4 months ago, when she went to the Imperial Palace to attend the opening ceremony of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2, the man who received her was also a man. However, Rao Sherman missed that man so much that she had not contacted him for a long time. Chang Xin did not have a good impression of Chow Feng, so naturally, she would not allow Chow Feng to be her partner. Moreover, Chow Feng was a pervert. What if he fell for Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo? As for Zhang Cuckoo, she did not know why she rejected Chow Feng as her personal assistant. She just followed Rao Sherman and Chang Xin's lead. Zhang Cuckoo, why did you reject Teacher Chow Feng as well? Didn't he just say that you're famous? Wang Zhonggua looked at the situation and tried to ease the awkwardness. Zhang Cuckoo's eyes lit up. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, so he's the one who praised me? Why do I feel like I'm seeing him for the first time? Isn't this man a little too ordinary?" Zhang Cuckoo didn't know if she did it on purpose or not, but Qin Feng felt as if someone had stabbed a knife into his heart. Chapter 6:24. Are you sure you don't need Teacher Chow Feng to be your assistant? Wang Zhonggua asked. Books, books, books. The 3 girls shook their heads. Zhang Cuckoo had probably forgotten about Chow Feng again. Wang Zhonggua sighed and said regretfully, "Sigh. I arranged for Teacher Chow Feng to be your assistant because there are some tasks that are difficult for you girls, such as throwing out the trash, setting up the stage, evacuating the crowd, maintaining public order, catching thieves, and preventing gangsters from invading. If Teacher Chow Feng was here, he would be able to take on these tasks. But since you don't need him, I won't force you." Principal Wang, we want Teacher Chow Feng. The 3 girls changed their words at the same time. They realized that Chow Feng was very important. When he heard the 3 beauties shouting, "We want him! We want him!" his heart was filled with excitement. It took Wang Zhonggua a long time to finally convince the 3 beauties to accept Chow Feng. At this time, he even admired his eloquence. After everything was settled, Wang Zhonggua led a group of school leaders to escort Rao Sherman and the others to the dormitory. "Oh, right, Principal Wang. Cuckoo and I are planning to hold a 3-day concert at Provincial Capital University. Is the university's gymnasium empty?" Rao Sherman asked as they walked. "The gymnasium is empty. You and Cuckoo can hold your concert without worries," Wang Zhonggua said with a smile. "I'm sorry for troubling you with my sudden concert. Thank you very much for your support, Principal Wang." Rao Sherman replied politely because Zhang Cuckoo wouldn't say anything if she didn't. Zhang Cuckoo's tongue was always sharp. "Rao Sherman, you don't have to be so courteous with me. When you and Cuckoo found out that the St. Medical Institute's exchange group was coming to the university, you made time to hold a concert to cheer for the students of Provincial Capital University. As the principal of Provincial Capital University, I sincerely thank you for what you have done. Provincial Capital University nurtures tens of thousands of talents every year. These talents have achieved success in different fields and have become famous. However, no one has forgotten their alma mater, nor has they forgotten this sacred temple that has given them knowledge. From time to time, successful people like you will return to the school to express their gratitude and give lectures to their juniors, imparting knowledge and experience. We, the school leaders, are truly gratified by this." Wang Zhonggua expressed his feelings and said some touching words. Everyone listened and nodded. Qin Feng was absent-minded. He was thinking about how to get Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo to cancel the concert. The 2 young masters he met at the coffee shop not long ago had already planted their men in the gymnasium. The group talked as they walked and soon arrived at the dormitory. Wang Zhonghua bade farewell to Rao Sherman and the others and left with the leaders. Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo had become familiar with Chang Xian as they chatted along the way. Both of them held Chang Xian's arm as they walked into the dormitory. Qin Feng shook his head and followed the three women into the dormitory. His gaze moved back and forth between the three women's perky buttocks. He didn't know who to look at. Hey, Zhang Ti. The three women stopped in front of a room on the third floor. Chang Xian stood in front of Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo. She glared at Qin Feng and yelled, "Do you want to follow us into the room? Your room is next door." Qin Feng curled his lips. He was too focused on the three girls when they stopped at the door and almost bumped into Chang Xian's, but Qin Feng raised his head and said with a straight face, "I didn't say I want to go to your room. Don't even think about it. I'm not a casual man." Chang Xian and Rao Sherman glanced at him disdainfully. They didn't expect this person to be so thick-skinned. How could he say something like that? Zhang Cuckoo stared at Qin Feng curiously and asked, "Sherman, big sister Chang Xian, who is this man?" The two girls covered their mouths and giggled. Qin Feng opened the door next door, slammed it, and entered the room. Don't insult people's looks like that. When Qin Feng returned to his room, he quickly calmed down. The reason why Wang Zhonghua arranged for him to be the assistant of the pretty girl duo was because Qin Feng had specifically requested Wang Zhonghua to do so. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman already had an ambiguous relationship. Not long ago, he found out at the coffee shop that someone wanted to kidnap Rao Sherman after the concert. How could Qin Feng sit back and do nothing? Naturally, he had to protect Rao Sherman. As for that sharp-tongued Zhang Cuckoo, Qin Feng couldn't wait for those two young masters to take her away and torture her. That girl was too much of a bully. Of course, other than protecting Rao Sherman, Qin Feng had another important purpose. This dormitory building was the temporary residence of the St. Medic Institute's exchange students and lecturers. If Qin Feng sneaked in with the identity of St. Medic Institute's personal assistant, he could secretly observe these people. Who knows, he might be able to find some clues. Qin Feng sorted out his plans and opened the Hedonist sovereign system. In the morning, Qin Feng obtained Qiao Shishir's trust and was rewarded with a heavenly blessing cave pavilion by the system. Qin Feng had asked Little Pig about the Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion, and it was a holy land for cultivation. Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion. In its initial state, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside is 30 times that of earth. 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 30 days on earth. In its initial state, it consumes 1 hedonist point per second. Qin Feng looked at the introduction of the Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion. It was the same as what Little Pig had said. Since the beginning of history, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on earth had become increasingly sparse. It was no longer suitable for cultivation, so martial artists had become a small minority. There were even fewer martial artists who could break through to a higher realm. Now that he had the Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion, Qin Feng didn't have to worry about the lack of spiritual chi on earth that hindered his cultivation. Instead, he started to worry about the problem of not having enough hedonist points. At the rate of 1 hedonist point per second, Qin Feng couldn't afford it. "Master, congratulations on opening the Heavenly Blessing and Earthly Cave Pavilion. You have a chance to experience this well-preserved ancient cultivation cave for free for 5 minutes. Little Pig's lazy voice resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was hesitating whether he should use his hedonist points to experience it when the system gave him a free chance. Qin Feng shouted excitedly, "Enter the Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion!" Buzz! Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and he felt a strange energy wave spread out from his surroundings. Qin Feng found himself suddenly falling into a pitch-black space. The spiritual chi here was very abundant. It was as if he had fallen from the smoggy Beijing to the fresh air of Hawaii. Hiss! Qin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he looked around curiously. This was a spacious cave. There were a few spirit-gathering pearls embedded in the walls of the cave. The spirit-gathering pearls emitted a dark green light, and they looked like luminous pearls. Is this an ordinary cave? Why is there so much spirit qi in here? Qin Feng walked around the cave and was puzzled. Master, this is an ancient cave site preserved by the system. There's a spirit-gathering formation in the cave, so the spiritual qi here won't decrease over time. Instead, it will gather more and more. In its initial state, the Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion spiritual qi is so dense that you can directly cultivate. Since the spiritual qi on Earth is sparse, you'll have to start with ancient martial arts and break through to stage 9 inner qi before you can officially enter the path of cultivation. Little Pig had an indifferent expression, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. After hearing this, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He was truly shocked by the power of the system. Nowadays, Chinese martial artists all started with ancient martial arts. After stage 9 inner qi, they were half a step into cultivation. It had been almost half a year since Qin Feng had obtained the system. He had seen countless experts, but he had never heard of anyone from the famous 9 dragons and 5 tigers entering the realm of half a step into cultivation. But in this Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion, he could directly start cultivation after entering. He could directly enter stage 1 true qi. Little Pig, now that I've entered the Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion, can I directly start cultivation from the true qi stage? Qin Feng asked whimsically. Of course not. Master, you've already started with ancient martial arts. So you can only break through from ancient martial arts to cultivation. Otherwise, your body will go haywire. Little Pig poured a bucket of cold water over Qin Feng's head. Seeing Qin Feng's disappointed expression, Little Pig continued, However, after Master obtained the Heavenly Blessing Cave Pavilion, as long as you come here often to cultivate, you'll be able to condense pure inner qi in your dantian. Compared to other Chinese martial artists, Master will be able to comprehend the true qi stage much faster. China was a big country with a population of 3 billion, but how many people could comprehend true qi and step into the cultivation realm? Even in the outer martial arts world, it was still a mystery whether there was anyone who stepped into the true qi stage. This was a chasm that was difficult to cross. After all, many genius martial artists spent their entire lives trying to comprehend true qi but ultimately failed to break through. This was because going from inner qi to true qi stage was a qualitative leap. It was not as simple as breaking through from stage 5 inner qi to stage 6 inner qi. Qin Feng became excited again. If that's the case, then it's very likely that I'll be the first man in China to step into the cultivation realm. Little Pig chuckled and didn't explain. This was probably a forbidden question from the system. If Little Pig answered it, he would be struck by lightning again. Master, 2 minutes have passed. You only have 3 minutes left to cultivate. Fuck, you damned pig, who allowed you to chat with me? Qin Feng cursed and quickly sat cross-legged to cultivate. In the initial state, the spiritual qi in the Heavenly Fortune Cave Pavilion was 30 times denser than on Earth. 3 minutes passed in a flash, but Qin Feng felt as if he had cultivated for several hours. The qi in Qin Feng's dantian began to expand, and he felt like it was going to explode. This was the sign of a breakthrough, and Qin Feng felt very familiar with this feeling. Buzz! An invisible energy wave suddenly vibrated. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, he found himself back in the real world. He was sitting on the bed in his room. Qin Feng hurriedly got off the bed and performed a set of special rank thunder tiger fists. The wind from his fists was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The wind and aura from his fists were obviously more powerful than before. Awesome. As long as I have the right opportunity, breaking through to stage 7 inner chi is just a matter of time. Qin Feng felt very refreshed. After performing the special rank Thunder Tiger Fists, Qin Feng was drenched in sweat. He took off his clothes and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a cold shower in the middle of winter, Qin Feng felt that he had become very cute. Dong, dong, dong. Someone knocked on the dormitory door. Qin Feng wrapped himself in a white towel and went to open the door. Oh, it's Teacher Chang Xan. Come in and sit down. Chang Xan was knocking on the door rhythmically, so she didn't even notice that the door was opened. She only came back to her senses when she knocked on Qin Feng's firm chest twice. Ah, you pervert. I'll beat you to death. Chang Xan's face turned red when she saw Qin Feng's naked upper body, and his lower body was wrapped in a white towel. She lifted her leg and kicked Qin Feng's crotch. P.S. It's not easy to maintain 3 chapters a day. Please use your monthly votes to support young Master Du. Please use your monthly votes. Chapter 6:25. Qin Feng did not expect that Chang Xan would turn hostile so abruptly. Didn't I just invite you into my room? Is there a need for such a big reaction? Qin Feng did not have time to think. He extended his arm and hugged Chang Xan's long leg. Chang Xan had driven to this place in the afternoon. She did not even have the time to change her clothes. She was still wearing her teacher's black silk dress. Qin Feng felt an itch in his heart as he caressed the matte black stockings. Arg! You bastard! Why, you are too shameless. Let go of me now. Chang Xan struggled to free herself from Qin Feng's grip. She widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Qin Feng's thighs as if she had seen an alien. Her eyeballs almost popped out of her sockets. Even Qin Feng was frightened by Chang Xan's scream. I just touched your thighs. She even touched it through her stockings. Do you have to act so exaggerated? Qin Feng grumbled in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his lower body. He looked down instinctively and was so shocked that he jumped up. Why did the only thing on his body, the white towel, fall to the ground? Teacher Chang Xan, please close your eyes. There are some things that you can't look at. Otherwise, you will be fascinated. Qin Feng hugged Chang Xan's thighs with one hand and used the other to cover himself. The commotion was so loud that Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo came out of the room. The 2 girls heard Chang Xan's screams. Rao Sherman was holding a table lamp while Zhang Cuckoo rushed over with a fire hydrant. How much did they distrust Qin Feng? Big Sister Chang Xan, are you all right? Let go of Big Sister Chang Xan. Rao Sherman was stunned by the scene before her. She knew Qiao Feng was a pervert, but she did not expect him to be this perverted. How dare he drag Big Sister Chang Xan into his room, naked in broad daylight? Is there any law in this world? Zhang Cuckoo covered her mouth in surprise, but she didn't lose her temper. Instead, she stared at Qin Feng with her big black eyes, which made Qin Feng's hair stand on end. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Qin Feng was gloomy. He felt as if he had fallen into the Yellow River. Let go of me first. Chang Xan had calmed down. When Qin Feng regained his senses, he hastily let go of Chang Xan's beautiful legs and ran back to his room. Rao Sherman heaved a sigh of relief. She ran to Chang Xan's side and asked worriedly, Sister Chang Xan, are you all right? Chang Xan shook her head. She realized that she had misunderstood Qin Feng. Perhaps Qin Feng had just finished showering and was wearing a towel when he opened the door. She had kicked him and the towel fell to the ground. No one knew what Chang Xan was thinking about, but her face was so red that it looked like it was going to drip water. Rao Sherman hugged Chang Xan as they returned to their room. Zhang Cuckoo followed behind them with a shocked expression on her face. She mumbled something in a low voice, but Rao Sherman and Chang Xan only heard the word big. After returning to his room, Qin Feng was drenched in sweat. His body had been seen by 3 women, and he felt incredibly wronged. The main thing was that Qin Feng had never done anything with any of them. Qin Feng rushed into the bathroom and took a cold shower. His emotions finally calmed down. This time, after leaving the bathroom, Qin Feng put on his clothes and left. Professor Chiao Feng? As soon as Qin Feng stepped out of the bathroom, he heard someone calling his name. He turned around and saw Prince William. Prince William? Why are you here? Suspicion flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He was sure that Prince William was sent by the William family. Since he came to the dormitory in the middle of the night, it was obvious that he was not looking for Rao Sherman and the others. Then he must be looking for the people from the St. Medical Institute. As expected, the William family's accomplice was in the St. Medical Institute. Prince William's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. Haha, I didn't expect to see Professor Chiao Feng here. I'm here to chat with the people from the St. Medical Institute. Since they are from America, we have a lot to talk about. Huh, why is Professor Chiao Feng here? Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. This Prince William's reaction was quite fast. The 2 celebrities from the pretty young ladies group have already arrived. They live in this dormitory building. Principal Wang arranged for me to be the receptionist and for me to live here for a few days. Prince William knew that 2 celebrities had come to the university, so he did not think too much about it. Prince William was quite excited when he found out that Qin Feng would be staying in this dormitory building for a few days. This way, he would have time to look for Qin Feng and continue to tempt him to go back to America with him. Hee, I heard that the 2 celebrities from China are both young and beautiful. Professor Chiao Feng, you're so lucky. Professor Chiao Feng, I'll go and chat with the exchange students. Prince William bade farewell to Qin Feng and went straight to the 3rd floor. Qin Feng paid special attention to Prince William. Prince William entered room 321. The person who opened the door was Black Peter. There were a total of 5 exchange students, but Avril obviously had a room to herself. Room 321 had 4 male exchange students. If Prince William went there, it meant that at least one of the 4 male exchange students was from the William family. This was another new discovery. Chiao Feng, come here. Just as Qin Feng finished observing Prince William, the door to Rao Sherman's room opened again. Chang Xian crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at Qin Feng coldly. Ahem. Professor Chang Xian, what's the matter? Qin Feng felt awkward when he saw Chang Xian. The reason Chang Xian knocked on Qin Feng's door was to ask him to fix the light bulb. Rao Sherman and Zhang Keek's dormitory had been vacant for a long time. Although Wang Zhonghua had arranged for the cleaners to clean the room, they didn't think to fix the light bulb. Of course I have something to tell you. Otherwise, why would I bother with you? Chang Xian was still angry because she had seen Qin Feng's naked body. Her attitude toward Qin Feng became even more unfriendly. Qin Feng felt aggrieved. I'm the one being looked at and you're not happy about it? However, Qin Feng didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that Chang Xian's gaze could kill him. With a smile plastered on his face, Qin Feng asked, What's the matter, Professor Chang Xian? The light bulb in the toilet is broken. Hurry up and fix it. Qin Feng's face darkened. He was a hedonistic young master. Since when did he become a light bulb? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Chang Xian stomped her feet. Qin Feng ran into the room with a smile on his face. Rao Sherman and the other 2 women's room had the same layout as Qin Feng's dormitory. It was a 3-bedroom dormitory that could fit the 3 women. Not long after the 3 women entered the room was filled with their fragrance. Qin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath as soon as he entered the room. Rao Sherman and Zhang Kiki were playing PA on the bed. The two women were about to take a bath when they discovered that the light bulb was broken. They had taken off their clothes and changed into pajamas. Rao Sherman hastily covered her body with the blanket when she saw Qin Feng. She stared at Qin Feng with vigilance. Zhang, Cuckoo, was engrossed in her game, so she couldn't be bothered with Qin Feng at all. Her long legs were kicking in the air, dazzling Qin Feng's eyes. Bebe, Xiao Feng is here. Sit properly. Rao Sherman rolled her eyes at Zhang Bebe speechlessly. Zhang Bebe ignored her and said, Don't disturb me. I'm fighting the boss. I've seen teacher Xiao Feng's naked body, so it's not a bad thing for him to look at my beautiful legs. Chang Xian and Rao Sherman were speechless. They were utterly defeated by Zhang Kiki. Qin Feng praised Zhang Kiki in his heart. Look at how sensible this girl is. Reciprocity is a Chinese etiquette that has been passed down for 5,000 years. What are you looking at? I told you to fix light bulbs, not blisters. Chang Xian was so angry that she covered her mouth in fear when she yelled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng ran into the bathroom and saw a set of black underwear hanging on the bathtub rack. Judging from the size, it should be Zhang Kiki's. Aya, Kiki, hurry up and take your underwear away. Chang Xian called out to Zhang Kiki as she stood at the bathroom door. Zhang Kiki's nonchalant voice drifted over. Big Sister Chang, Xen, just hang it there. Help me keep an eye on teacher Xiao Feng. Don't let him sniff it. Qin Feng stepped on the stool and was about to change the light bulb. He almost slipped and fell off the stool. The wiring in the bathroom was good, but the light bulb was old and could not be plugged in. Qin Feng changed the light bulb and the bathroom lit up. Teacher Chang Xian, is there anything else I can help you with? Qin Feng walked out of the bathroom and his gaze lingered on Zhang Kiki's beautiful legs. Chang Xian clenched her teeth and pushed Qin Feng out of the bathroom. No, get out of here. Zhang, Kuka seemed to have defeated the BSS, so she tossed the IPA aside. When she saw the bathroom light was turned on, she quickly ran into the bathroom. She stopped in front of the bathroom door and stared at Qin Feng blankly. Professor Chang Xian, since when did Provincial Capital University hire such a young electrician? We were all old men when we were in school. Otherwise, the girls would purposely break the light bulb and ask him to fix it. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. He covered his chest and walked out of the bathroom. After leaving the dormitory, Qin Feng went to the university cafeteria for dinner. He even ordered takeout for Rao Sherman and the other two girls. After dinner, Qin Feng received a call from Yan Wushuang. Qin Feng, aren't you coming back tonight? Asked Yan Wushuang. I'll be staying at the university for the next few days. I've snuck into the St. Medical University's temporary dormitory. I'm going to investigate the other party's situation. Qin Feng gave a simple explanation and made it sound like everything was for the sake of the mission. He did not mention anything about being Rao Sherman and Zhang Kiki's personal assistant. Yan Wushuang believed Qin Feng's words. When she saw Qin Feng's sudden interest in the mission, her tone softened a little. Then you must be careful. Don't let the William family find out about you. Oh, right. That green-haired guy has been waiting for you at the entrance for the whole afternoon. He wants to see you. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He asked, Why does that unlucky guy want to see me? Did he find another exit? I found two. One is near the park behind the south gate of the pedestrian walkway, and the other one is in Provincial Capital University. It's not far from the exit you found earlier. It's on the other side of the biology lab, said Yan Wushuang. Qin Feng did not expect the green-haired guy to be so capable to find two new exits in such a short time. That's good. Green-haired already told you. Why is he still waiting for me at the entrance of the villa? Qin Feng was puzzled. Yan Wushuang said helplessly, He said you gave him poison. If he can't get the antidote before midnight, he'll bleed to death from his 7 orifices. You better come back. I think that guy's pale from fear. Qin Feng slapped his forehead. If Yen Wu Shuang did not remind him, he would have forgotten about this. He only rubbed a pile of dirt to scare the green-haired guy that it was poison. How could this guy take it so seriously? Find some cold medicine and throw it to the green-haired guy and lie to him that it's a slow-acting antidote. Then, ask him to continue searching in the tunnel and see if there's another exit. I'll give him the antidote after 3 days, said Qin Feng. The corner of Yen Wu Shuang's mouth twitched. She could tell that Qin Feng was trying to scare the green-haired guy. Chapter 6:26. After Qin Feng hung up Yen Wu Shuang's call, he prepared to return to the dormitory to protect Rao Sherman and the other 2 girls. He also wanted to observe Prince William's movements. However, before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly saw a fat shadow flash past him. Grades Booknet. Lu Jia, where are you going so late at night? Lu Jia was stopped by Qin Feng, and he turned around to look at Qin Feng. After he recognized Qin Feng, the fat on Lu Jia's face squeezed together, and he ran over to Qin Feng with a smile on his face. Isn't this Qiao Feng Laosher? I haven't seen Qiao Feng Laosher for a long time, and you have become even more handsome. As soon as Lu Jia arrived, he started to flatter Qin Feng. He was still thinking about the orange-grayed overlord slash that Qin Feng had mentioned. Stop flattering me. Aren't you going home? Aren't you afraid that your father will beat you up? Lu Jia was Qin Feng's second follower, so Qin Feng was quite concerned about Lu Jia. Teacher Qiao Feng, how did you know that the old man at home would beat me if I returned home late? I don't think I've told you anything about my family. Qin Feng almost let the cat out of the bag. He shrugged and said, Didn't you say that your old man hung you upside down on a tree and whipped you for 3 days and 3 nights after you crashed your car? Your old man must be very strict with you. Lu Jia nodded dumbly. That's right. Teacher Qiao Feng is really smart. I can't believe you guessed it, but even if I don't go back tonight, I won't be afraid. The 4 young masters of the capital are having a party at the Soaring Cloud Mansion tonight. All the disciples from the big and small families in the capital will be there. To put it bluntly, it's a party for those 4 young masters to show off. I didn't want to go at first, but my father beat me with a belt and forced me to go. Lu Jia said with a wronged expression. Why would he go to the 4 young masters of the capital to show off? If he went, he would just be a victim of his pretentious act. When Qin Feng was still a young master in the Acropolis city, he would often organize a pretentious assembly. Now, it seemed that all the young masters in the world were the same. Are Lu Shu and Yang Qin going? Qin Feng asked. Lu Jia's expression greatly changed as he exclaimed, Teacher Qiao Feng, don't tease me. Lu Shu and Yang Qin are 2 of the 4 young masters. Of course, they have to go to the show tonight. Qin Feng knew that the capital's 4 great families were the Lu family, the Yang family, the Dongfang family, and the Sima family. He didn't know that Lu Shu and Yang Qin were 2 of the 4 young masters. Qin Feng was prepared to give them some trouble when he thought about how these 2 people had designs on Rao Sherman, Professor Qiao Feng. Every time the Acting Tough Assembly is held, the capital's rich young masters and heiresses will gather there. Beautiful women are as common as the clouds, and it's comparable to a grand banquet. Professor Qiao Feng, would you like to join us? Lu Jia had been thinking about the overlord slash, so he tried to curry favor with Qin Feng again. Knowing that teacher Qiao Feng loved beauties, Lu Jia specifically tried to tempt Qin Feng in this area. Qin Feng didn't expect Lu Jia to discover his deeply hidden habits in less than a week. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. Yes, of course, lead the way. A wretched smile appeared on Lu Jia's face, as if he had already guessed that teacher Qiao Feng would be there. Then, he dragged Qin Feng toward the Soaring Cloud Mansion. The Soaring Cloud Mansion was a famous private club in the capital city. It was the best place for the young masters of the capital to gather. Qin Feng and Lu Jia hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the Soaring Cloud Mansion. In front of Qin Feng's eyes was a magnificent 3-story building. It covered a large area, and it looked like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The exterior of the club was made of a new type of high-grade, lightweight material. It shone like a crystal under the night sky. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, 2 guards stopped them and said, "Gentlemen, please show me your membership cards." Qin Feng sensed their auras and discovered that the guards of the Soaring Cloud Mansion were stage for inner chi martial artists. "Hee, big brothers, this is my membership card. This is my friend, and he's here to have fun with me." Lu Jie hastily took out a card made of pure gold and handed it to the guards. The owner of the Soaring Cloud Mansion had a mysterious and powerful background. As long as it was a member of the Soaring Cloud Mansion, Lu Jie wouldn't dare to offend even the 2 guards. As the young master of the Lu family, which ranked at the bottom of the 5 small families in the capital, Lu Jie always felt that his life was very sullen. One of the security guards looked at Lu Jie's gold card, but his expression didn't change. He returned the card to Lu Jie and said, "Please come in." It had been a long time since Qin Feng had attended such a gathering of the rich and powerful. He and Lu Jie had arrived at the hall on the 1st floor. There were many handsome men and beautiful women walking in and out of the hall. The men were dressed in custom-made suits and wore expensive watches. They gathered together to chat and laugh like gentlemen. Most of the women wore sexy cheongsams or evening gowns, and the handbags in their hands were worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The waiters and waitresses of the Soaring Cloud Mansion had undergone a strict selection process. They were young and energetic, and any one of them was as good-looking as a popular celebrity. There were also a lot of socialites here, including a few popular stars in Huaxia. But here, those celebrities and socialites didn't put on airs at all. They even tried their best to curry favor with the rich young masters and young ladies in the crowd with their looks. Qin Feng was a qualified, hedonistic young master, so he wasn't surprised by such a grand and luxurious scene. Lu Jie probably didn't like to participate in this kind of show-off event. He swayed his fat body and walked uncomfortably in the crowd. "Yo, isn't this the young master of the Lu family, Lu Jie?" Lu Jie's worst fears had come true. He was about to pull Qin Feng to a secluded corner to eat some delicious food and wait for the arrival of the young masters of the capital. However, as soon as he entered the room, someone came up to him and greeted him. "Hee, young Master Lu, you've been eating well lately. You've put on weight again. You look like a pig now." "Young Master Lu, how did you get here today? Did you come here by bicycle or taxi? By the way, your dad has a very precious broken Buick. Did you sneak it out again? Ha ha ha." There were 4 people in total. All of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had an imposing appearance. However, it was obvious that the 4 of them were not Lu Jie's friends. The moment they spoke, their voices were filled with sarcasm and mockery towards Lu Jie without restraint. Lu Jie clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. Another handsome and tall figure walked toward them. It was Gao Tianyao from the Gao family. "Brothers, I have to remind you that young Master Lu has been very patient lately. He even dared to oppose me in school. No matter how poor and useless the Lu family is, they are still an ancient martial arts family. Their disciples have been practicing martial arts since they were young. This damn fatty is a stage for inner chi expert. Don't provoke him too much, or he might bite you." Gao Tianyao had always disliked Lu Jie, but he wasn't as strong as Lu Jie. Therefore, he could only tolerate Lu Jie in school. Now that he had the chance, Gao Tianyao went all out to ridicule Lu Jie. The other young masters put on a fearful expression. Some of them even took a step back. "Oh, young Master Lu is so powerful. You're a stage for inner chi expert. Don't you dare hit me. I won't be responsible if my stage 6 inner chi bodyguard kills you with a slap. Tisk, it's the age of technology. What's the use of practicing ancient martial arts? Ancient martial arts families have fallen behind the times. They're so poor that they can't even afford to eat. They have to go begging on the streets. Guys, don't say that. Let's give young Master Lu some face. If he jumps into the river after tonight's gathering, we won't be able to get away with it. Ha ha ha. Another round of unbridled laughter rang in the air. Lu Jie's face turned ashen. Veins popped on his forehead. However, the other young masters acted as if they didn't see it. They weren't afraid of Lu Jie at all. Lu Jie exhaled a mouthful of foul air and retracted his inner chi. Indeed, he didn't dare to attack them because he couldn't afford to offend any of them. Professor Qiao Feng, let's find a quiet place to sit down. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Jie's eyes. He pulled Qin Feng aside. Gao Tianyao's eyes lit up. He quickly jumped out and blocked Lu Jie and Qin Feng's way. Qin Feng was standing behind Lu Jie, so Gao Tianyao didn't notice Qin Feng's presence. Yo, isn't this our school's famous teacher, Teacher Qiao Feng? Why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to freeload with Lu Jie? Gao Tianyao hated Lu Jie and Qiao Feng the most in school. He did not expect to bump into both of them today. Gao Tianyao was overjoyed. The rest of the big rare geniuses had something fun to do, so they all gathered around. These young masters were all accompanied by beautiful women. They were either young models, socialites, or superstars. There were even 2 young masters who had a beautiful woman on each side of them. Clearly, these 2 young masters were of higher social status. Looking at Lu Jie's side, there was no one. No, Lu Jie still had Qin Feng. Gao Tianyao, it's fine if you insult me, but I'm warning you, don't insult Teacher Qiao Feng. He has nothing to do with us, to begin with. Lu Jie had been suppressing his anger for a long time, and he vented it all out. All the young masters were stunned. No one had expected Lu Jie to flip out. This was also the first time they had seen Lu Jie flip out. It turned out that this person could flip out. Gao Tianyao's face turned cold. If he could beat Lu Jie, he would have slapped him. Yo, what do you mean by yelling at me? Do you want to start a fight? Fine, I'll call my family right now, and I'll cut off your family's source of income in minutes. Lu Jie's family was an orthodox ancient martial arts family. All the members of the Lu family were dedicated to martial arts and were not good at business. Therefore, the Lu family had the worst financial resources among the big families in the provincial capital. They could not even compare to the assets of some wealthy individual CEOs. Because of this, all the young masters in the provincial capital looked down on Lu Jie, and no one would play with the Lu family. These rich young masters would spend money to pick up girls, race cars, and gamble. How could Lu Jie play with them? Lu Jie's momentum weakened. He was not afraid of Gao Tianyao, but it did not mean that his family was not afraid of the Gao family. As a disciple of the Gao family, Lu Jie not only represented himself, but also represented his family. That was why Lu Jie lived such a sullen life. Young Master Gao, I'm sorry. I was too emotional just now. Lu Jie helplessly loosened his clenched fists, and his tone softened. Mr. Qiao Feng and I will go sit over there. Have a good time, young masters. Lu Jie pulled Qin Feng and continued walking. A cold glint flashed in Gao Tianyao's eyes. Catching Lu Jie off guard, Gao Tianyao punched Lu Jie in the back. Lu Jie staggered and almost fell to the ground. Cough! Gao Tianyao's sneak attack was full of force, and Lu Jie was caught off guard. He coughed violently and almost coughed up blood. Gao Tianyao, did you play dirty? Lu Jie ignored the pain in his body and turned to glare at Gao Tianyao. Gao Tianyao held his head high and looked at Lu Jie playfully. Did I? When did I play dirty? Young masters, you have to be my witness. I didn't do anything just now. The young master smiled. Of course, they saw Gao Tianyao's sneak attack. But why would they testify for Lu Jie? I didn't see anything. Young Master Lu, I haven't seen you in a few days, and your acting skills have improved tremendously. Could it be that the Liu family's business is failing and they want you to join the entertainment industry? You won't be able to join the entertainment industry with your body and looks. Luo Bin, the young master of the Luo family, teased the two beauties in his arms. The two beauties were the new favorites in the entertainment industry. They laughed and said, "Young Master Luo, your friend is so funny. Even if he joins the entertainment industry, he can only play dead people." The other beauty added, "He can even act in a zombie movie." Chapter 6:27. Ha ha ha. The hall on the first floor was filled with laughter. The young masters and daughters of wealthy families who did not know what was going on gathered around to join in the fun. When they saw Lu Jie's neck was flushed with anger, they understood what was going on. So, they were bullying the poor boy from the Lu family again. Everyone was used to it. They surrounded Lu Jie as if they were looking at a gorilla in a zoo. Lu Jie's breathing quickened and his eyes widened. He wished he could strangle Gao Tianyao to death. Gao Tianyao was not afraid at all. He even put on a sloppy expression that deserved a beating. The young masters and daughters of wealthy families were not afraid either. They had seen this kind of scene many times, and they had never seen Lu Jie lose his temper. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Lu Jie lose his temper. It would be more interesting if Lu Jie lost his temper. Phew! Sure enough, Lu Jie suddenly let out a sigh. His fat body was like a deflated balloon, and he immediately went limp. Lu Jie was too embarrassed to look at Qin Feng. He lowered his head and walked to a corner. "TSK, that coward is still the same as always." Sigh. I was still fantasizing about Lu Jie losing his temper. I was too naive. As soon as Lu Jie left, the hall was filled with sighs and discussions. The young masters and daughters of wealthy families saw that the show was over, so they dispersed and went back to chatting and flaunting their wealth. "Gao Tianyao, don't go." A sudden shout came from behind them. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned around in surprise. Qin Feng stood at the same spot with his hands behind his back. He stared at Gao Tianyao with a calm smile and said, "Apologize to Lu Jie." Qin Feng's voice was as calm as still water, but it stirred up 1,000 waves in the hall. "Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? I don't think he's from a prestigious family in the provincial capital. I've never seen him before. When did this person stand there? Didn't Lu Jie come alone just now?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched when he heard everyone's discussion. It seemed that Zhang Kuku did not purposely provoke him. It was just that his face was too ordinary for those young masters to remember. Gao Tianyao was stunned. He did not expect Xiao Feng to say something like that to him. Is this guy out of his mind? "Teacher Xiao Feng, I don't need him to apologize. Let's go sit at the side." Before Gao Tianyao could react, Lu Jie had already run back to Qin Feng's side. When Qin Feng stood up and said those words, Lu Jie was so touched that he almost cried. This scene was so similar to the time when Qin Feng stepped forward to help Lu Jie in medical school. "Fuck you, what did you just say?" Before Lu Jie could pull Qin Feng away, Gao Tianyao had already regained his senses. He strode forward and glared at Qin Feng. "Are you deaf? I want you to apologize to Lu Jie." Qin Feng's expression was as calm as ever. The rich young masters and young ladies who had dispersed gathered once again. Everyone had a look of anticipation on their faces. These people were not afraid of causing trouble, but they were afraid of having nothing better to do. Interesting. Who is that ordinary-looking man? He seems to be very confident. The Gao family is the leader of the 5 small families in the provincial capital, and they have some influence in the provincial capital. Since this kid dares to talk back to young Master Gao, he must not be a pushover. What a drama! Everyone who could stand here was a member of the upper class of the provincial capital. If you were arrogant, there would always be someone more arrogant than you. Even with Gao Tianyao's status, there were still people who were gloating over his misfortune. Gao Tianyao clenched his fists. and his face instantly darkened. Gao Tian Yao had found Qiao Feng an eyesore when they were still in school. After that incident, Gao Tian Yao had investigated Qiao Feng's background, and he found that Qiao Feng was just an ordinary university teacher. How dare a piece of trash like him behave atrociously in the soaring cloud mansion? Does he think he's still in school? Are you sure you want me to apologize? Gao Tian Yao's voice was deep, and he seemed to be suppressing his anger. Qin Feng was not afraid at all. He said calmly, "Of course. You'll regret it if you don't apologize today." Gao Tian Yao could be arrogant, but Qin Feng was even more arrogant. An invisible airflow spread out from Qin Feng's body, suffocating the rich young masters and heiresses. Which of these people was not arrogant, despotic, and barbaric? However, at this moment, they felt an inexplicable sense of panic. This was the murderous aura that Qin Feng emitted. He had killed too many villains, so his murderous aura was overwhelming. Gao Tian Yao was a little nervous, but he forced himself to remain calm. He looked at Qin Feng indifferently and said, "Qiao Feng, do you think you're still in school? Are you trying to intimidate me with your status as a teacher?" "Haha, I'm laughing my head off. Let me tell you, you're not qualified to attend this gathering of the rich and powerful. Get the hell out of here. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. Don't change the subject and apologize now." Qin Feng said disapprovingly. Gao Tian Yao wanted to change the subject, but Qiao Feng refused to let it go. Gao Tian Yao was enraged, and he yelled at Qin Feng, "None of you saw me do anything. Why should I apologize to that fat pig? It's enough that I saw it." Qin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold, and the oppressive atmosphere intensified. In the beginning, many people looked down on Qin Feng, and they could not even remember his face. However, at this moment, everyone was flustered. This person was too domineering. "You're looking for trouble. I'll kill you." Gao Tian Yao was driven into a corner. This was the first time he was threatened in front of so many upper-class people. Gao Tian Yao bellowed and swung his fist at Qin Feng's face. Bang! A muffled sound rang in the air, and the crowd was dumbfounded. Qin Feng remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Gao Tian Yao fell to the ground on his buttocks, clutching his stomach. Lu Jie's punch had knocked him out of breath, and he could not even scream in pain. The noisy hall quieted down, and everyone could hear the rapid heartbeats of the crowd. Lu Jie's anger was not appeased after he knocked Gao Tian Yao to the ground. The anger that he had been suppressing for the whole night was unleashed. Since he had already attacked Gao Tian Yao, he might as well fight to his heart's content. Lu Jie stomped his foot on Gao Tian Yao's chest again. Thud! Gao Tian Yao hastily circulated his inner qi, but he was still sent flying by Lu Jie's kick. Everyone covered their eyes as they could not bear to watch. Even if Lu Jie was a stage for inner qi martial artist, he would not feel good with his fat body, let alone the fact that Lu Jie was a stage for inner qi martial artist. Gao Tian Yao's small body slid on the glossy black marble floor for quite a distance before he came to a stop. He picked himself up and pounced at Lu Jie. "Ah, Lu Jie, you're courting death." The anger that Lu Jie had been suppressing for the whole night finally erupted. Gao Tian Yao had been humiliated in public, and he was in a state of frenzy. Neither of them backed down, and they charged at each other's fists. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Jie and Gao Tian Yao were both staged for inner qi martial artists, and the aura that they released was terrifying. Some rich young masters wanted to stop them, but they were too weak to do so. Some of them were excited, and they could not wait for the two of them to fight. Bang! Bang! Their fists landed, but there was no earth-shattering momentum as expected, nor was there any great, destructive power. The sound of their fists landing was very soft, as though they had struck a soft cotton sack. The sack absorbed all of their attacks as though nothing had happened. Lu Jie and Gao Tian Yao's expressions changed drastically, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. Even Qin Feng, who had always been calm and composed, was shocked. Another person appeared between Lu Jie and Gao Tianyao. Other than Qin Feng, no one knew when he had appeared. The man was tall and straight, and his profile was handsome and resolute. He extended his arms and held a fist in each of his hands, immobilizing Lu Jie and Gao Tianyao. Wow, he's so handsome. Young Master Qin is so handsome. I've long heard that young Master Qin Shao of the Qin family has the highest realm among the younger generation. It seems like it's true. He took down Lu Jie and Gao Tianyao so easily. How powerful is he? He must be at least a stage 6 inner Qi martial artist, right? After a brief moment of shock, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. The man standing between Lu Jie and Gao Tianyao was Qin Shao, the second younger brother of Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, I didn't know young Master Qin was here. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Lu Jie and Gao Tianyao regained their composure, but the shock in their eyes had yet to recede. Only after fighting Qin Shao for real did they realize how powerful he was. Even now, they still had no idea how powerful Qin Shao was. Qin Shao enjoyed being the center of attention. With a faint smile on his face, he nodded at Lu Jie and Gao Tianyao and said, "This is the Soaring Cloud Mansion, and tonight is a good day. You should stop here. Don't make everyone unhappy." Qin Zhao's voice was flat, and there was even a hint of gentleness and kindness in it. However, neither Lu Jie nor Gao Tianyao dared to disobey him, so they retreated to the side. The Qin family was not one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Among the 5 minor families, the Qin family was ranked 3rd. However, the Qin family was very mysterious and had a solid foundation. If it weren't for the crisis that happened 20 years ago, the Qin family would still be the leader of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Therefore, no one dared to look down on the Qin clan. Not to mention the fact that the disciples of the various clans were afraid of the Qin clan. Even Lu Shu, Yang Kan, and the other 2 young masters had to give Qin Shao face and even sit on equal footing with him. Since everything is over, let's continue with our business. Qin Shao turned around and walked away before the onlookers could regain their senses. Just like how he came, he disappeared without a trace. Lu Jie's heartbeat had yet to slow down. When he punched Qin Zhao's palm, he felt a strong sense of death. Lu Jie was sure that if Qin Shao wanted to kill him, he could do so with a single slap. "Teacher Qiao Feng, are you all right?" Lu Jie quickly walked to Qin Feng's side and waved his hand in front of Qin Feng's eyes when he saw the strange expression on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng's body trembled slightly as he regained his senses. He hadn't seen Qin Shao for a long time. Just now, Qin Feng deliberately tried to sense Qin Zhao's strength, but he couldn't see through Qin Zhao's strength. Qin Feng had complicated feelings for the Qin family in the provincial capital. He yearned for the Qin family because it was his and his father's home. There were relatives who shared the same blood as him. However, Qin Feng was also a little repulsed by the Qin family because he didn't interact much with them and his relatives. Qin Feng was disappointed that his grandfather and uncles didn't care about him and his father. When Qin Feng was born, his father, Qin Huang, left the Qin family and settled down in Acropolis City. Qin Huang suffered a lot in the early stages of Acropolis City, but the Qin family didn't care. Every 5 years, Qin Huang would bring Qin Feng back to the Qin mansion. It was said that it was a big gathering of the Qin family. Qin Feng didn't have much feelings for the Qin family. He wasn't close to his grandfather, second uncle, and third uncle. Because of this, Qin Feng didn't feel anything when he saw his third brother, Qin Yi, killed in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Were these the brothers of the Qin family? The brothers who always wanted to kill Qin Feng? Chapter 6:28. Professor Qiao Feng? Say something. Lu Jie pushed Qin Feng's shoulder when he saw Qin Feng was ignoring him. Everyone, please search, I'm fine. Let's sit over there for a while. Qin Feng came back to his senses and cleared his mind of all the messy thoughts in his head. He led Lu Jie to a quiet corner and sat down. After they sat down, Lu Jie was excited. "Professor Chiao Feng, you were so domineering just now. Do you know that I saw the shadow of my boss in you? If I hadn't already acknowledged you as my boss and promised to be my boss's follower, I would have acknowledged you as my boss right now." Qin Feng listened to Lu Jie's incessant yelling and chatting with him from time to time. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the hall on the first floor. He wanted to find Qin Zhao's figure, but Qin Zhao didn't seem to be on the first floor. "Professor Chiao Feng, are you listening to me?" After flattering Qin Feng for a long time, Lu Jie suddenly realized that Professor Chiao Feng was absent-minded. "Ah, of course I'm listening." Qin Feng lied without batting an eyelid. Lu Jie rolled his eyes and said, "Professor Chiao Feng, can you repeat what I said earlier?" Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He had no idea what Lu Jie had said earlier. "Lu Jie, you did well just now. When Gao Tian Ya was going to beat me up, you stood up for me. I'm very touched." Qin Feng changed the topic in an attempt to get away with it. When Lu Jie heard Qin Feng's compliment, he forgot what he had said earlier. His face was full of smiles. Halfway through his smile, Lu Jie blushed and looked at Qin Feng embarrassedly. "Professor Chiao Feng, actually, I'm not as good as you think I am. I was thinking about the Overlord / that you mentioned last time. I was afraid that if I didn't help you, you wouldn't have given me the Overlord / Qin Feng was touched when Lu Jie helped him. However, at this moment, Qin Feng could only roll his eyes at him. Seeing that Qin Feng's expression had changed, Lu Jie began to flatter Qin Feng again. However, Qin Feng didn't want to talk to the fatty anymore. Instead, he swept his gaze across the crowd in the hall. Qin Feng didn't think that the capitals for young masters had such great influence. Tonight, quite a few wealthy young masters came. Qin Feng saw Yunze Liangyu and someone who looked like Wei Xiaolei in the crowd. After listening to that person's conversation with others, Qin Feng confirmed his identity. It was Wei Xiaolei's cousin, Wei Tianhao. Qin Feng had visited the Liang family a few nights ago and asked Liangyu not to get close to women in the future. Even so, Qin Feng was furious when he saw Liangyu. Who told this brat to have designs on Zhao Lingxian? He was simply seeking death. "I'm going to the washroom. Wait for me here," Qin Feng said to Lu Jie before he stood up and walked toward the washroom at the end of the hall. There was no one in the restroom, so Qin Feng entered a cubicle for squatting and took out his phone to make a call. The call was quickly connected, and a trembling voice was heard. "Senior Greenwolf, you're calling me in the middle of the night. Is there something wrong?" The person who spoke was Liang Yu's father, Liang Shuiping. When he saw Greenwolf's number, he was so shocked that he almost threw his phone away. "Xiao Liang, there is indeed a small matter that I need your help with. You won't find it troublesome, right?" Qin Feng spoke in Greenwolf's voice. "Io, what are you saying, Senior Greenwolf? If you need anything, just tell me. To be able to help Senior Greenwolf is my good fortune from my past life." Ever since Liang Shuiping witnessed Greenwolf's destructive flames and his ability to come and go without a trace, he feared Greenwolf from the bottom of his heart. "If that's the case, then I won't be courteous with you, Xiao Liang. I have a little brother called Lu Jie. He just called me and said that he was bullied by a few wealthy young masters at the Soaring Cloud Manor. Tell that brat Liangyu to go to the Soaring Cloud Manor and find Lu Jie. Tell him to help my little brother get back at him." Qin Feng said indifferently, "Ah, get back at those wealthy young masters? This matter." Liang Shuiping was instantly speechless. Of course, he knew that tonight was the gathering of the wealthy at the Soaring Cloud Manor. The guests were all descendants of the capital's upper class. Even if the Liang family was one of the 5 small families in the capital, they weren't powerful enough to cause trouble at a place like that. Before Liang Shuiping could finish, Qin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold. "Xiao Liang, Can't your Liang family handle such a small matter? It seems like there's no point for me to keep the Liang family. Liang Shuiping was scared half to death by Qin Feng's words. He believed that Green Wolf had the ability to destroy the Liang family. Even if he couldn't destroy the Liang family, he could destroy Liang Shuiping with a wave of his hand. However, Liang Shuiping was very aggrieved. How could this be called a small matter? You can't fool people like this. Ahem. Senior Green Wolf, don't worry. The Liang family can handle this. I'll call Liang Yu right now and ask him to help Senior's little brother get back at him. Liang Shuiping could only bite the bullet and agree. Very well, I'll give the Liang family 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if my little brother still calls me to complain, I'll go there myself. By the way, I'm not going to the Soaring Cloud Mansion. I'm going to the Liang family. Qin Feng hung up after giving his instructions. Liang Shuiping gnashed his teeth in anger. It's not the Liang family who bullied your little brother. If you have the guts, go to the Soaring Cloud Manor and cause trouble. What do you mean by destroying the Liang family? After complaining, Liang Shuiping picked up his phone obediently and hurriedly called Liang Yu. Professor Qiao Feng, why did you take so long to go to the washroom? I almost went to look for you. As soon as Qin Feng returned, Lu Jie shouted at him anxiously. Qin Feng thought something had happened. Why did you look for me? I told you I was going to the washroom. Professor Qiao Feng, you don't know how evil those rich young masters are. You offended Gao Tianyao just now, and I'm afraid that he'll take revenge on you. When the capital's 4 young masters come, I'll greet them and we'll leave. We can't stay here for long. Seeing Lu Jie's nervous expression, Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. What's there to be afraid of? God will deal with the evildoers. Just you wait. Gao Tianyao and those rich young masters who bullied you will definitely get what they deserve tonight. Lu Jie obviously didn't believe Qin Feng's words. He turned his chubby face around and was constantly on guard against a sneak attack. Qin Feng also scanned the crowd and quickly found Liang Yu's figure. At this moment, Liang Yu was immersed in a group of women. He said some jokes that made the sexy beauties laugh. Liang Yu occasionally touched the beauties' slender waists and took the opportunity to glance at their collars. He was obviously flirting with them. Seeing this, Qin Feng was very angry. This guy simply turned a deaf ear to his words. But soon, Liang Yu retreated from the group of women and stood in a corner to answer a call. Liang Yu's cheerful expression changed again and again. In the end, it was filled with fear and despair. Even if Qin Feng didn't deliberately eavesdrop, he knew it was Liang Shuiping who called. A minute later, Liang Yu hung up. The phone in his hand had already slipped and fallen to the ground, but he didn't care. Liang Yu looked as if his soul had been sucked out. His body had lost all its strength, and he was leaning against the marble wall with a pained expression as if his father had died. Qin Feng had personally witnessed Liang Yu's fall from high spirits in a group of flowers to his current dispirited and helpless state. Qin Feng was so happy that he almost died. Professor Qiao Feng, why are you smiling like an idiot? Don't doubt what I just said. You're not from a rich family, so you don't understand how treacherous and cunning rich families are. Gao Tianyao will definitely take revenge on us tonight. Professor Qiao Feng, you should be more vigilant. Don't stare at those women's breasts and smile like an idiot. Those are all fake silicone. Lu Jie had been sneaky the whole night and had been on his guard. Qin Feng had to hand it to him. Before Qin Feng could refute him, there was a sudden scream in the lobby. It sounded like someone was fighting again. Professor Qiao Feng, you're a godly mathematician. They're really fighting. The Liang family's young master, Liang Yu, is fighting with Gao Tianyao and the others. It was a mess in the lobby on the first floor. Liang Yu chased after Gao Tianyao, Luo Bin, and the other rich young masters like a madman and beat them up. The Liang family was one of the 5 small families in the capital and ranked second. However, the Liang family was special. They were in the business of medicinal herbs, and martial artists needed these medicinal herbs to speed up their breakthroughs. Therefore, the Liang family had a high status. I couldn't tell that the Liang family's young master had been hiding his strength all this time. He has already broken through to stage for inner qi, and he's clearly more powerful than Gao Tianyao. Everyone get out of the way. Liang Yu has gone crazy. He's hitting everyone he sees. Don't get hurt by accident. He scared me to death. This guy just asked me to get a room tonight. Luckily, I didn't agree. Otherwise, he would have killed me if he went crazy. The crowd was in chaos. Some ran away with their heads in their hands. Some screamed for help, and most of them gathered around to watch the show. Soon, everyone realized that Liang Yu was not really crazy. His targets were the 5 people he had been attacking: Gao Tianyao, Luo Bin, and the other 3 rich young masters. If someone was observant, they would realize that these 5 people were the 5 people who had offended Lu Jie not long ago. Liang Yu, are you fucking crazy? Gao Tianyao had just been beaten up by Lu Jie, and now he was being chased and beaten by Liang Yu. He thought his stage for inner qi was the best among his peers, but today he realized how much of a scumbag he was. Young Master Liang, we have no enmity between us, so why did you attack me? Did you make a mistake? Luo Bin's family researched and developed advanced technology. He looked down on people who practiced ancient martial arts the most. What use was it to be strong in cultivation? 1 bullet could kill you. Of course, that was because Luo Bin had never seen a real ancient martial arts expert. As for the remaining 3 rich young masters, they did not even have the chance to beg for mercy before Liang Yu knocked them out with 3 slaps. Luo Bin, who had always looked down on ancient martial arts, did not last long. He was kicked to the ceiling by Liang Yu and hung from the chandelier in the middle of the hall. The chandelier swayed, and Luo Bin looked like he was going to fall at any moment. Many women screamed in fear. Liang Yu, don't go too far. Do you know what you're doing? Only Gao Tianyao was left. Liang Yu chased Gao Tianyao all over the house. He had completely lost face today. Gao Tianyao was angry and aggrieved. He did not know how he had offended Liang Yu. Usually, the 2 of them would exchange pleasantries when they met, and they even went for a foot bath together once. How could this person turn hostile just like that? Gao Tianyao was aggrieved, but Liang Yu was even more aggrieved. Liang Yu's heart was bleeding as he watched the rich young masters being knocked unconscious and sent flying. If Green Wolf had not forced him to this point, Liang Yu would not have done such a thing unless his brain was jammed in the door. Liang Yu could already imagine that after this gathering of the rich and powerful, the Liang family would be attacked by the other big families. Liang Yu's hopes of competing for the position of the Liang family's young master would be completely shattered. P.S. Happy birthday to myself. Happy birthday to all of you who have never met each other, but have birthdays today.